that sound, everyone? Let us know if you can hear us now, please, mods, if you can. I guess it's in no rush to vacate. Alright. I need to go in the top.
Yeah, always the top, yeah. Alright, mate.
Should we start it now? Nice, mate. Sorted. Should have been resolved, that, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. Thanks for bearing with us there, everyone. Thank you. Sorted.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, welcome in, everyone. Glad you can finally hear us. Apologies again, sorry about that. Still going through my apprenticeship stages, I'm sorry. Hope everyone's well this Friday morning. Welcome into the Super FriYAY show, where your weekend begins. Hope everyone's well. I guess it's just coming past us here at the RVP. Decent start to the day weather-wise this morning. Sun's out. Guns aren't out though, it's not that warm. Yeah, welcome in again, everyone. Hope everyone's okay. It's Jet 2. Sunny D. It's going to work its way down to Gran Canaria, the Canary Islands. It goes around about a 4 hours 15 minutes flight for that one, and now I can start the show proper. Welcome everybody, hope everyone's okay. And as you may or may not know, we have a special guest on this Friday show this morning, back by popular return after the last charity show, the Friday charity show. We've brought a certain Mr. Langston back. Morning, Mark.
Morning all. How you doing?
All right.
I'm glad we got the sound fixed.
So am I.
Yeah, that's good.
It helps when people can hear us, doesn't it?
Well, it helps when they can hear you. No one wants to hear me battle on us.
Hope you're well, mate. How are you doing?
All right.
You busy?
Well, I'm busy here with you today.
Yeah.
which is good.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a bit busy when there's a Cathay 350
I see
taxi
that.
now.
I'm hoping that they're going to. They've obviously thingied the second runway because we'll capture it on this.
That'd be good.
Right,
There's a Jet 275 taxiing as well.
Oh yeah.
Nice young one. It's only 33 years old.
Oh, it's only a baby. That.
Yeah, it's me a youth.
And as some of you may or may not know, sadly on Monday, I think it was a Monday morning, the first of the Jet 2 fleet to depart and leave the fleet itself. GSL Alpha left the fleet, went down to St Athan. Sadly, no more. Soon be getting broke up. I'm presuming, Mark, they'll utilise one of them 75s for parts. A lot, I'd have thought, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I did hear rumours that one might be actually be going to a cargo outfit, but I'm not sure.
I heard rumblings about the yellow and red cargo company.
It's strange because, the old ones I used to fly, when FedEx used to come in here, there was two of the ones I used to fly used to be coming in here quite regularly, and they're all still flying.
Yeah.
And I saw one at Geneva years ago, took a picture and sent it to me mate. Said I thought that'd be made into razor blades by now, but it shows how good that aircraft is. Jet 2 have retired one that's 35 years old, and it might still go on and fly. There's ones that are older than that flying. I see quite a few at Barcelona with the old B engines. They're like the original ones. And then you look at EasyJet. They're scrapping the 319s. They're going off for parting out.
See, I had a thought with them scrapping that Jet 2, that 75, obviously all the original parts, they like to have all the original parts put back on the aircraft prior to anything happening, and I'm wondering if all the Jet 2 75s have got all the original engines on them and stuff, or do they have to swap some of them over, or... Yeah,
I think they get swapped out. I mean, the thing is with the RB211, it's so reliable.
Yes.
I can't remember what the record was. They've had one which has been on wing for... I can't remember, 200,000 flight hours or something ridiculous. They just go on forever. They really are bulletproof. I remember a lad I know years ago took a big buzzard in through one of the engines coming out one of the Greek islands, and everything, it was fine. There was a little rumble, nothing. The engine gauges were all fine, and they called via HF to ops, and they said, well, just drop into Milan and get them look at it. And when they, stuck their head in the engine, there were 3 or 4 of the blades were absolutely bent to bits. It was absolutely ruined. But the engine, just trundled on quite happily.
What's this 350 going to do? It's going to make a left turn. Yes. So that means the end of dual runway ops. Back into winter operations now at Manchester. I think it's 6:30 till 11, and then 4 till 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock in the evening. Winter runway time, dual runway ops at Manchester. But yeah, we're going to capture this Cathay off the nearest runway to us, and that's going to be followed up by the KLM 737 making its way back to Schiphol. Let's see who's in the house, shall we? Mr. Fezzer's here, your mate. Tell.
I'm surprised he's up this early.
12:34, how are you doing, mate? Hey, Laurie, Loopy. There's a Mark Langston in there, I'm not sure who that is.
Yeah, I don't know. I could get him off.
Joan, Martin, Paul Cartley, hope you're okay, mate. Stock, Andy Baker, Jasmine, hope you're okay. Buffalo Trackers in the house, Greg, Zero Mike D, Neil Marsden, Fiona, Richard, Dave Thomas, and Laurie with a 27 months at jump seat. Nothing better than a Matt Cam FriYAY. Hugs and love, Matty boy from across the pond. Love back to you, Laurie. Hope you're okay. And thanks for your continued support, Laurie, and all your help you give to the channel. Doesn't go unnoticed.
I've got to give a shout out as well to Plane Spotting Mike.
Oh yeah.
Him and his good lady will be watching this back later. He's at work at the moment. He messaged me earlier, so I'll be watching it. So say hello. So say hello, Plane Spotting Mike.
Hey, and a massive thank you to Supermod, Mr. Tell Edwards, with the £5 coffee, £5 super chat, but it's towards a coffee. Thank you very much, Tell. Much appreciated, mate. Thank you. And of course, if you'd like to support this channel, keep the live streams for free for absolutely everybody. Easiest way to do that is click that dollar symbol at the bottom. That way you can offer up a gifted membership to another member of the community, or you can gift a super chat. Alternatively, mods will be dropping the coffee link in there as well. That way, over 90%, up to 100% of your dono goes straight back into the channel. Any donations are greatly appreciated. But if things are a bit tight for you at the minute, we only ask you to click that like. Thank you very much. Lovely day for it, Mark.
It is, mate, it is. Just think someone asking when the 380's in. It's looking about 12:50, so it's running a bit late at the moment.
It's now late.
But it is the new colour scheme, so...
Yes. What do you make of that, Mark?
Yeah, it's all
It's
right.
not a drastic change, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, it's better than the old one, but yeah, it's... I don't know. It's all right, isn't it?
KLM's going to take the intersection. Easy on the taxi out.
It is off to Paris, that one. I'm sure we saw that come in. I'm sure that's one that came in from Amsterdam earlier.
All right, earlier. Pre-stream. Yeah, so don't forget, ladies and gents, if you've got any questions for Mark, don't rack his brain too much though, you know what I mean? But if you've got any questions for Mark, feel free to drop them in the chat. I'm sure he'll be happy to accommodate and answer whatever he can, within reason.
Well, I'll do my best.
Yeah. I'm sure you will be. Keep it clean.
Now we really are in trouble.
Go. First departure of the morning from 23 right is that KLM 73. About an hour's hop for that aircraft there.
It's only 11 hours 50 for that 350.
Only 11 hours.
Short day, aren't it?
Yeah.
11 hours 50.
11 hours. It's on a 350 though, so I don't think I'll be too...
Yeah, they'll have a rest and all that. It's weird because, some of the days we do are longer than that. And there's 2 flights.
Yeah, of course.
When you do Hurghada and back and Sharm back, it's longer than that.
Well, you can get 3 legs in a day, you lot, can't you?
We do 4 sometimes, yeah. Used to do 6 out of Newcastle years ago.
Really?
Yeah, it was Bristol and back, Belfast and back, Bristol and back.
Yeah.
Then they brought in a 5-sector day where you go Bristol and back, Stansted, Belfast, Newcastle, and the Stansted crew would do it in reverse.
Really?
It never worked.
I can imagine that's a bit of a nightmare, though.
Yeah, 6 sectors in a day is a bit much.
But if it all falls in your hours, I suppose,
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You've got your flight time limitations, and you look at your table, and, sensible airlines, they will roster you with a buffer.
Yeah.
And, they certain airlines will treat the flight time limitations as a target, not as a limit.
Not as a limit.
Yeah, and then, your flight's a bit late, you're exceeding your hours. Discretion is only to be used in exceptional circumstances to extend your hours, and it all starts falling apart very, very quickly, and crew are out of hours, and you've got no crew to replace them. So
then you've got a logistical nightmare.
Yeah. Whereas if a little bit more sensible rostering, and
I suppose, like you say, with them full day rotors have got to run like clockwork,
Yeah.
Otherwise, everything falls out the back end later in the day.
Well, that's it. Yeah, the late shift, you're always delayed.
Yep. Here we go. Cathay Pacific is lined up and primed for departure from Manchester. Rolls-Royce engines spool up.
Nice bit of wing fluff there as well.
That, wasn't it?
Oh, that was good, that.
Just enough coolness in the air, that.
Nice and moist air as well.
Perfect. Over the top of the Concorde hangar. Next arrival's here already.
Short little hop in from Dublin. Biggest city in Ireland, that. Keeps doubling and doubling in size.
It's too early, Mark. Too early.
That's out the day he's going to go, isn't it? Yeah, I did, Tim. I did say it. Because we all love that word, don't we?
What have you been saying now?
I said moist. Because the air is moist to give you the wing fluff. Could go into great depth about, you know, temperature and dew point, saturation point, mintra points, all this sort of stuff, you know, and all the technical jargon behind it. But it's just easy to say the word moist.
Yes. As irritating as it is for some people.
Yeah, my wife being one of them. Plain spotted Mike saying, have you tried the Greg's Festive Bake yet, Matt?
No, not yet.
Oh, mate, you need to get one of them down, yeah.
Not yet, mate.
I had the veg curry one the other day. It was quite nice, actually.
Oh, yeah?
It was all right. Yeah, it was all right.
What's in the thingy one then?
The festive one?
Yeah.
Turkey, stuffing, cranberry, the usual. It's like, yeah, it's like a little mini Christmas dinner in a bake. It's good.
Sounds good.
It is. I'll be honest, right, Greg's mince pies, for me, they're the best ones ever. I'm
partial there.
Yeah, they're lovely. I like mince pies, you can tell by the size of us, but the Greg's ones I think are the best. I've not had one better yet.
Hey, you're a growing lad.
Well, that's it, you know. All the best things come in little bundles, don't they? And I said to me medical, when I had my medical, the bloke said, you're getting a bit fat. I said, the more of me, the better. He didn't agree. He's using a bit of reverse there.
Yeah.
With his retrofitted scimitar winglets.
They're so low to the ground, the NG engines, aren't they?
Yeah.
And as Mark said, we'll have to say it again, there's still a bit of moisture on that runway, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Still a little bit there. EasyJet is just entering the active runway now. See Judd Robank, radio telescope in the back of shot there, facing skywards. There he is. Big job breaking out at Judd Robank there by the looks. EasyJet's on the roll. Yeah, so don't forget, ladies and gents, any questions? Mark will pick what he feels are the best ones out, and he'll try and answer them best he can for you. Oh, EasyJet to Paris.
ALATC's asking, is there a question about long or short final? Is there a different definition of what makes final long or short?
That came up in the show the other day, that Mark. So is it a height that makes it, that determines whether you're on the final approach, or is it like the miles out, the nautical miles you are away, or is it like you said, a height? Or
I'm sure there is a proper definition for it somewhere. Normally the reason you would say short final is because you haven't yet been cleared to land.
Yep.
And you're getting a bit twitchy because you might have to go around.
Yeah.
And because you haven't been cleared to land, you can't land without landing clearance. So a lot of people just go short final so that the ATC tower goes, oh yeah, cleared to land. Because they're quite busy, you know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, anything I would say inside 4 miles probably I'd consider a short final. Yeah. Sometimes when you come in from Amsterdam, Copenhagen, or whatever, you can line up with with the centre line, the localizer. You can line up 15, 20 miles out.
Yeah.
I remember years ago coming back from a Santa flight, and we were established on the localizer at Gatwick, past the Thames estuary. it was something like 45 miles. And they were giving RVRs and saying they were in fog, but we could see the runway lights from out there. Oh, we're like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was ridiculously long. I mean, we're here, you know, they change you over to the tower round about, I would have said maybe 7 or 8 miles.
Really?
If it's a bit later, then yeah, I mean, you know, here you don't normally need to call short final. Some places will ask you to call at 4 miles.
Yeah.
Or call it, you know, the inner marker or whatever.
Yeah.
But even those places, they've normally cleared you to land before you get there.
Yeah, that did pop up actually, because there was a bit of indecision, like you say, whether it was within the height differential or whether it was actual nautical miles away from the airfield or... Yeah.
Richard's asking, what's my favourite aircraft? 757.
All day.
Yeah. Yeah. That's my favourite one I've flown. Followed by, when I did my twin rating, I did it on an old Piper Apache that had been fitted with uprated engines. I was saying to Matt earlier, unfortunately, the guy I did the flying with there, my commercial flying instructor, died yesterday at a ripe old age, but he was well known around Cranfield. His name's Dave Coulson, and he taught an awful lot of people to fly, and a lot of them are in the airlines now. But he had this Apache, and it was trimmed out like an old sort of 50s or 60s American Cole, or, you know, it was just amazing aircraft.
Yeah, yeah.
On one engine, it'd go up like a rocket. Yes. And he weighed about 25 stone, and I'm not a small lad. I was a bit smaller back then, but with the two of us on board, this thing would go up like a rocket on one engine.
Actually do bits, yeah.
Yeah, but when I did the IR, I had to do it on a Seneca 2. And on one engine with the two of us on board and not a lot of fuel, it would barely maintain straight and level flights. It was crap. Terrible thing.
Morning, Andrew. Hope you're okay, mate. Hey, Nathan. Hey, Spencer. Hope you're okay. Steve. Hope you're alright, mate. Peter Carroll. Hope you're okay, lad. Kevin J. Welcome in, Deborah.
Yes, so you can ask any question.
Any question within reason. Keep it clean. Yeah. Hey, Barbara. Hope you're okay, love. Bit early for you this morning, Barb, but it's good to see you.
Julia P saying correct answer 757. There you go. I think of planes I haven't flown, it's got to be Concorde, isn't it? But followed by the 74.
See the Ryanair there, taxiing to gate. Got 2E73 at the end of the runway there.
Off to Tenerife.
Ooh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
10 hours of grief, as we call it. Terry's asking if I've flown a commercial prop plane. No, I haven't. I did me flying. I was a flying instructor with a really great flying school down in London at Denham called the Pilot Centre. Still in touch with them today. Still in touch with a lot of my old students, actually.
Company still going, mate?
Oh, yeah, going strong. The family who owned the school owned the airfield.
I remember you discussing this, yeah. I remember you discussing
the whole family are just aviation mad. They're fantastic people. And I went for a sponsorship with P. Prune and Astraeus on the 7.5. It was 450 people went for it, and thank God I was one of 4 who got the job.
Yeah, amazing.
And on the 7.5, and stayed there. Yeah, it was great. So no, I've never done the turboprop route.
Never fancied it?
When I was a flying instructor, I'd have flown anything.
Yeah.
I did actually look at Air Antique because they had Lockheed Electras, and I quite fancied to go on one of those.
Imagine that.
That would have been good. Greg's saying, does getting locked into your small cabin give people the shut-in feeling? Not really. The Airbus one's quite roomy. It's not as big as the 7.5 one, but it's an awful lot bigger than the 7.3 one. But even, you don't feel it because you've got big windows and it doesn't feel that claustrophobic in there. Nathan's asking, is it easier to fly Airbus with the side stick or Boeing with the yoke? I would take a 7.5 with the yoke any day of the week.
Would you?
Yeah, any day of the week. It's
when I was in the sim, I found it much easier with a stick, though.
what, with the Airbus stick?
Yeah, honest.
Yeah, the problem is with the sims.
I'm right-handed, and I
Yeah.
was obviously in flight with the left and stuff. But I found it really easy, you know.
Yeah, with the Airbus, it is on a normal day. It's good for work, for short haul flights or short medium flights around Europe. It's great because you've got your table, you've got your space.
Yeah.
It's all right. When it's windy, the stick it doesn't handle well because you've not got direct control. You're talking to a committee of French computers.
Yeah.
And with a Boeing, with the 7.5, if you turn that control column left, it will go left straight away. And I've had it coming in here before where the wind's been coming over the terminal, and I hit a gust and I had full left stick in, and the thing's still turning towards the airport, towards the terminal, and I'm like, I don't like this.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's
that would be a weird sensation. That would.
Yeah, if you're constantly putting little inputs in with the side stick in real life.
I did notice that, like, especially on like the final, like maybe 200-300 feet, just little like you say, little adjustments here and there. From what I can recall, it was a while back, but yeah, it seemed like every little tweak you give it really it responded. You know what I mean?
Oh, talking of Airbus, there's another Jet 2-1 on the way up.
G-Sun E.
Yeah, I found the 7.3 quite twitchy. When they put that new wing on it, it was quite peaky as you're coming into land. If you get a little bit slow, the speed washes off. You get a little bit fast, speed creeps up, and you've got small margins on the speed tape.
Yeah.
But it's quite wibbly and twitchy. But it will go where when you turn the control column, it will go. But you have to move it a fair way. It's not as nice and as synchronised as a 7.5, whereas smaller movements get you where you want to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Airbus, the trick is not to touch it. If you can,
just let it.
Yeah, because it's not like you're asking computers to do something. You're saying, I want to be wings level 2.5 degrees, nose up. You hit a gust, the computer goes, oh, he didn't ask that, I'll have to put him back where he wanted. But it takes a bit of time, and then you're off the centre line, and you've got to then
adjust a lot more. Yeah.
Yeah, and you see them sometimes in the wind where you end up with this oscillation where you're out of sync with the computer, and the computer's trying to do one thing, you want it to do another, and
you're fighting against each other.
Yeah, it's.
Here we go. Love the one form of the baby bus, I think. A319 departing Manchester here.
Yeah, I know. I've said it on the stream before. Those 319s, they handle quite. For an Airbus, they handle quite well.
You enjoy them, don't you, Mark?
Yeah, they're all right. They're pokey enough, and they do fly better.
Really?
Yeah.
More than 320?
Yeah, a lot better. Yeah, the 320 just sort of wallows. The Neos are a bit better. I don't know what they've done to the software. It's got a couple of other different little bits, rotation mode and.
But you'd sooner buzz about in a 319 than a 320?
Oh,
really?
any day of the week. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, any day of the week. Yeah.
Yeah, that. I find that really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, the older 320s, and especially the ones, the CEOs with the sharklets, they don't handle very well at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, the Neos aren't too bad.
See the TUI Dreamliner at the back of shot there, just entering the active runway.
Oh, Greg's asking, do the FMCs have bugs in them? Some weird messages. They don't actually. No, they're like, considering they work, they're all right. The Airbus one isn't as user-friendly as the Boeing one.
Uh-huh.
And the Boeing one is nice and easy to use, and it's quite logically laid out. And the Airbus one's a bit French, and it's not
great.
Yeah, it does the job, but you don't generally get any bugs off of it. No, it generally, you don't really have many problems off them at all. There's a lot of obviously the Airbus is full of computers. It's far too complicated, really. But you've got a checklist where you can pop certain breakers, control out, delete, and reset stuff.
Proper aircraft on the taxi.
Proper aircraft. I've just clocked it. Yeah.
Here we go. TUI Dreamliner is on the roll. It's going to Punta Cana. lovely winter destination, I can imagine this. And as we mentioned, there's the legend of the skies there, just creeping into shore.
Barbara was asking what's it like, taxiing around in the 7.5. Oh, it's just brilliant. Yeah, it's a proper airliner.
If you could bring one aircraft back, Mark, which you could fly, which aircraft would it be?
Concorde.
All day?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just cool as isn't it?
Yeah.
Awesome Ad 64 is asking what's my favourite airline livery, standard and special. I really used to like the old blue and grey British Midland and United colours from back in the 90s.
Yes, that was class, wasn't
They were absolute quality, weren't they?
Basic but effective, really good.
I was really pleased to see the old BOAC British Airways 744-400 when it was flying.
Yeah.
I remember being down at the hotel at the Sim in Gatwick and seeing that, and the Negus one and the Landor one coming. The Landor one was good as well, wasn't it?
They looked amazing, didn't they?
Yeah.
The Negus one was just, wow.
I reckon they should do it again on the 350.
Really?
Good on you, Ian. Yeah, get your name down on that cadet program. Get yourself online. There's one of our cabin crews on it at the moment. He's absolutely loving it.
Really?
Yeah, he's loving it. He's doing the ground school at the moment, so he's obviously sick of his life doing that. But it's going to be so good.
Here you go, Barb. First prop of the show for you, love. About to touch down on 23 right. Looks like one of the Emerald Air aircraft.
Makes a lot of noise for something so small, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
It reminds me of like a little yappy dog.
Dash 8 or ATR, Mark? What's your preference?
I don't know, actually.
I kind of like the ATR 42, me.
Yeah.
We do see it occasionally coming in here from, I think it's the Inverness route and that, and it just looks really nice.
Yeah. There's a good mate of mine, he used to fly them years ago for City Air.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And he loved it. And then there's a friend of mine, Captain, who I know very well, her husband used to fly them for East and he absolutely hated it.
Really?
But then again, I know people who've flown the Dash 8 and they said it was full of problems.
Okay. Props looking good.
P1 MKF's asking what's my most challenging landing.
Oh yeah.
Anytime you've got a strong gusty crosswind.
You're not keen on Lanza, are you, Matt?
I don't like Lanza. I don't like the Isle of Man or Jersey because the runways are too short.
All right.
I don't like Corfu because there's too much high ground and the air traffic in the past has been a bit ropey.
Okay.
Malaga air traffic has been ropey in the past couple of times. They've steered us off towards a hill, which got boring very quickly. Barcelona's always a pain in the backside because it's just so busy and the air traffic just, it's where our airline has the most amount of near misses.
Really?
Yeah, the old TCAS system kicks in quite a lot there.
Wow. Is there an airport you've always got to have your? I know you have anyway. You've always got to have your professional head on. But is there an airport you've got to have particularly have your proper pilot head on, concentration on all the approach and everything?
Yeah, there's somewhere it's going to be harder than others. And you do a big brief before you start your descent, before you do your takeoff. You do a big brief about what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, how you're going to fly the aircraft, what are the threats, and how to mitigate them. So you know, if you're going into Barcelona, you know, one of the threats is there's lots of high ground. To mitigate that, you've got terrain up, you've got your chart up, you know, keep a good eye of where we are. The other one is ATC. To mitigate that, any clearance we get we're not happy with, we'll refuse. Any clearance we're unsure about, ask for clarification.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you know, up there is safer than near the ground.
Absolutely, yeah.
Julie's asking if I've ever done Funchal. I did on the 7.5 years ago. I did it in the sim with Fezzer a while ago.
Yes.
But no, I don't. I'm not checked out on there, which is suits me fine. Good friend of mine had a fun day out there a few years ago. I spoke to him this morning actually, but yeah, he had a particularly interesting approach in there, and yeah, it sounded quite horrible. Oh, you'll be fine, Andy. It's quite safe. It's just busy. And Daniel's asking, what do I fly at the moment? A319s, A320s family at the moment.
France, making its way back down to Charles de Gaulle, where the last EasyJet was heading off to as well.
Greg's asking, what US city do I favour flying to? Well, I've never been to the States yet, but I'd love to go to Texas. And I'd love to go to Nashville. And I'd love to go to Arizona.
Oh, yes.
All those sort of places, I think.
I keep getting blagged off, Andy. Oh, you got to go Texas. You got to go. It's amazing. And
yeah. I fancy a ranch in Texas.
Yeah. Stick me on a ranch, middle of nowhere, leave me alone. I do.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, Joanne's asking, did anyone see the small light aircraft do the emergency landing on Blackpool Beach?
Yeah, I saw that last night. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. I see the video of the geezer standing going, you can't park there, mate.
Hey, welcome in, Gillian. Hope you're okay.
Oh, hello, young Gillian.
Hey, Joanne. Hope you're okay. Phil O'Dowd. Hope you're alright, mate. Al Chester. Hope you're okay. Dean. Mr. Pingu's in the house. Hope you're alright. Lots of others. Welcome in, everyone, once again. Jet 275 is going to be the next start. We've got this Ryanair going to be making its way over to Cork, and then obviously, like I say, we should get this Jet 275 out as well. You just drop your wallet then?
No. There's nothing in it.
A huge bump on the tower then.
Oh, right, no. No, I just got up to check the boxes. There's nothing in my wallet, mate. Taxman's got all of my money.
In fact, the Iberia's just pushed in. He's just took the intersection in front of the 7.5, so we're going to get this Iberia back down to Madrid, and we've got another 7.5 on the taxi out as well, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be going anywhere just yet. Nice couple of heavy aircraft on the way out. 2 7.5s, one at the front of the queue. It's going to depart after this Iberia, and we've got another 7.5 as well. Alpha India on the taxi out.
Do you prefer that colour scheme to the holidays one?
Oh, mate. Can't wait to see that .com scheme on one of the 321s.
That'd be good, wouldn't it?
I'm hyped for that.
Yeah.
I do believe, like you say, though, the first 6, 7 are obviously in the holidays scheme, so I certainly hope someone's having a decent enough word in their ear to get one of these .com ones produced in the 321
That'd be good.
fleet. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it would be good. It won't be a 7.5, but it'll...
It won't be no 7.5, mate. I'm not. I must put it out there. I'm not a lover of the holidays scheme.
Nah.
Not for me.
No.
And I don't know if you saw as well, they purchased 2 more, I think, from Sun Express.
Have they?
I think they purchased 2 more 7.3s yesterday, Jet 2.
Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah, to cover the delays on the 320s
Yeah, correct.
coming.
I think one went into Leeds and one came into here. So. There you go. Iberia Express. Making its way to Madrid.
Sí, es muy buenos. David's asking what's the fastest descent I've ever had to make. In the simulator, when you practice the emergency descents, you go down very, very quickly.
Really?
But in real life, I have seen over 6,000 feet a minute rate of descent before.
What, while you've been flying?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, there's another 7.5 coming out.
Awesome. 7.5, 7 hour guys don't go anywhere.
I remember going into Athens once.
Yeah, where was that then, man?
I once going into Newcastle because they changed the runway.
And that was in the
319 that was.
Yeah, okay.
I remember years ago going into Athens on the 320. And I said, we probably won't do this whole departure. It was ridiculous. The whole arrival. It was ridiculous. I said, so I'll get myself nice and low because we're going to get a shortcut. And it was a strong wind as well.
Yep.
And I got myself 7,000 low to what the computer thought I should be. And they gave us such a shortcut, I then ended up 7,000 feet high. So what I had to do is with the 320, you only ever get half speed brake with the autopilot in. If you take the autopilot out, you can get full speed brake. So I had to take the autopilot out, get full speed brake, bring the speed up. And I can't remember what rate of descent we had again. It was 6,000 or 7,000 feet a minute to get the height off.
That sounds insane.
Yeah. And then air traffic said, "Oh, are you able to slow down?" And I said, "Well," I said, "Tell them not unless they want us to land. Not a chance."
What would you say descended quickest? A319. I would have thought like the Thingy. Not just because it's obviously a slightly larger aircraft, but I thought like the 320 would have felt like an absolute brick, like, you know.
Full speed brake on a 319 is the same as half speed brake on a 320.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So when you go full speed brake on the 320 autopilot out, you get more.
Yes.
The 7.5 used to go down very well with the speed brakes out because you crank the speed up. I remember we had a medical on board years ago going into Gatwick, and Gatwick was quieter than they just, keep the speed up. So we're doing, 340 knots or something downwind, to get on the ground and get this person the medical help. Yeah. Tim's asking, could I be specific about my dislike of the 7.3? I could do, but we're only streaming for a couple of hours. When you come off the 7.5, which flies beautifully and is massively overpowered and it just does everything, and you come on the 7.3, it's quite a shock. The windows are small, it's quite a cramped flight deck. It's, like I said earlier, it's quite twitchy when you fly. It's not very stable. The speed tape isn't stable. The overhead panels are appalling. The engine anti-ice switches, which you use regularly, are right next to the, or either above or below, depending on the fit, the hydraulic switches. And I did it once in the sim. I had a guy in flight once turn 2 hydraulic pumps off instead of the anti-ice because the switches are actually the same switch. The overhead panel, you've got to do it all yourself. You've got to put your own generators on. You've got to put your own packs on and off, whereas Airbus, it looks after you. The 7.5 looks after you a lot more.
It's not exactly a Fezzer fault, though, is it, where he turns all the hydraulics off and stuff?
Yeah. Cool. He's never going to live that one down, is he? Bless him. The 7.3, the screens are better. Yeah. Much better than the Airbus ones. The FMC's much better. It doesn't auto land very well. Like I said, it's on the speed on final is up and down. It's very twitchy, especially if it's windy. Yeah. It's very antiquated. You can stick Tesla dashboards in a 4 Cortina, but it's still a Cortina.
It's still a Cortina, no matter what you're doing.
There's a lot of things I didn't like about it.
Here we go. 7.5 rolling.
Oh, right. I missed a question from Barbara. Sorry, Barbara.
All right.
If I could climb into a plane right now, what would be your dream plane? Well, they'd have to drag that Concorde out of the hangar, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'd have to have a go in that, wouldn't we? Definitely that.
Any old warbirds you'd like to have a experience in, Mark?
Yeah, I'd love to have a go in a Spitfire and a Hurricane Lancaster.
Yeah.
I remember years ago when I was a kid, I wrote into Jim Will Fix It to have a flight in a Lancaster. And luckily, I never got took on. I think I dodged a bullet there, didn't I?
Just a bit. There you go. Lovely Logan Air. Just arriving here at Manchester.
Practically Geeks asking if I've flown into Prague and is there anything difficult about it? No, it's a lovely airport. You say ahoy a lot, you sound like a pirate, but yeah, it's a lovely airport. No problems there at all.
Tintin livery there, Brussels. Oh, you didn't answer your special livery. What's your favourite special livery, Mark? Any aircraft, any airline.
I don't know, actually.
You can choose.
I don't know. I haven't got a clue, bud. What about you?
Special livery. I'm a real lover of the new Saudi. The
the retro
the
one.
retro-esque new livery. I'm a real big fan of that. I'm desperate to catch that again in a bit of better light and stuff. But yeah, that looked beautiful. I mean, really beautiful. But for me, any retros. I always say I think that every airline should be made to have at least three airframes with a retro design on there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like we've seen the Austrian as well. It's really elusive, and we saw the Austrian 320 retro last week.
Yeah.
And that's very seldom seen. But we were very lucky to see that last week, and yeah, it looks beautiful. Common grey, like classic grey fuselage underneath and stuff. Looks stunning.
Yeah.
Really, it did look beautiful. Here we go, Lingus A330, another heavy departing Manchester on this Friday show. Don't forget, ladies and gents, if you want to support, click that dollar symbol at the bottom. Offer up a gifted super chat or a gifted membership.
Yeah, I've got photos at home that I took at Heathrow years ago of TriStars in the original, in that Saudi livery when it was the current colour scheme.
Yeah.
I go back 30 years now. Nice little trails off the winglets there.
A little bit of ribbonage. Always produce the goods, the 330s. Pretty tame that, considering you normally get a decent and half rumble in this tower when them 330s dip out, but hey, we'll never complain about a 330. And now, Jet 275 Alpha India, another 75 departing Manchester now, just entering the active runway. 23 right, we're on single runway ups now. Back in the winter service on the dual runway ups here in Manchester. Winter has kicked in.
And the Andy's on. He's obviously had his car serviced. He's got a question there. Best looking plane at Manchester these days. Well, when
go on.
Matt Cam, the legend, swings that camera around at that 7.5 there's your answer there, Andy.
Norwegian lipstick.
It's more polite than what I call it.
PG son.
I know.
The aircraft that Mark was mentioning is now about to get departure clearance.
Lynn's asking what type of sunglasses do you wear? I don't. I've got some Ray-Bans that I've had for donkey's years in my bag, but I never use them. P1 MKS asking, should BA commission a few Concorde flights per year? Well, unfortunately, the problem with it is now the Concorde's been grounded for 20 years.
Yeah.
I gather that one of the Air France ones at Toulouse is still airworthy.
Oh, really?
But those planes would never fly again. The hydraulic lines would all need to be changed, and the fuel lines would all have to be changed. And
Big up.
I was saying to the lads yesterday, I taught a BA engineer to fly, and he used to work on Concorde. He said for every hour in the air, it spent 4 hours in the hangar.
Mm.
Plus, the problem with Concorde is the amazing amount of fuel it used to go through.
Yes.
Absolutely ridiculous amount of fuel. It's on the takeoff roll with the reheat, it was burning 100 tons of fuel an hour.
Jeez.
25 tons per engine.
Good grief.
That's why they didn't use the reheat very much. It increased the fuel burn by 80%, but only gave them about 17% more thrust. So then once you got the acceleration phase, they switched the reheat off, and then they'd use it again at, I think, about 0.96 of the speed of sound, and they'd use it up to 1.7, then switch it off again. But yeah, it used to burn a ridiculous amount of fuel.
People have often said to me, why aren't they brought it back on, or supersonic and this back? And I said, it's just cost. It's just...
Yeah.
It's keeping something supersonic and that. It's like cost above like reality, you know. I know you can get somewhere, and nowadays with the internet and stuff like that, you don't need to be somewhere in like 3 hours and stuff like that. There's not exactly with the internet. There's no demand to actually be, like you say, in New York in 2.5, 3 hours. There's no demand for that anymore, is there, Mark? So.
Yeah, the problem is as well, I was saying to the lad yesterday, when you start going past the speed of sound, you've got a lot of problems to deal with. You've got control issues, you've got the shock wave, you've got the sonic boom, which a mate of mine did in a Phantom years ago and smashed a load of greenhouse windows in Amsterdam. You've got the problems with the engines won't work supersonically.
There you go, 7.5 on the roll.
Sam's asking, what do you think it'd be like to fly Concorde today with all the outdated avionics? Yeah, it's proper flying, isn't it? It's
real, back to basics.
Yeah, it is proper flying. Miles is asking, do I get annoyed about the long distance from runway to stands at some airports?
Hold the ban?
Yeah, I don't mind it, to be honest. It gives you time to sort of have a bit of a break. Barcelona, when you go all the way around the runway.
Yeah, Barcelona's a trick, can be a trick.
Yeah. I remember going down there years ago, and we were coming around the bottom. They actually held us at the bottom of the runway, and the guys was like, "What? Why have they stopped us? Why have they stopped us?" And I said, "Oh, it might be wrong, but I saw an Argentinian A340-200 taxiing out, and it uses the landing runway because it's longer."
Yeah.
I said, "It's the 200, so it's the better performer, so it's probably because it's going to use a lot of runway." Oh, well, I'm not sure about that. Anyway, this thing started its takeoff roll, and you've got to display threshold. So at the end of the runway, the back wheels were still on the ground. And then it sort of went past the front of our plane at about 30 feet. I was like, yeah, that'd probably be why. The old 340s were terrible performance-wise.
I like the Virgin ones. The Virgin ones was nice.
Yeah,
the couple of the 600s.
The 600s were better because they had Trents on them.
Yeah. They actually sounded beastly, them ones.
Oh, hello to Pete Keating. It's his first time on here.
Hey, welcome, Pete. Hope you're okay, mate.
Malky's asking, do I need a Dutch driving licence for taxiing at the Boulder Barn? Yeah, Sam's saying that Concorde doesn't have any manufacturer support. And this comes back, Airbus was supporting the Concorde when it was flying. But I was told there was a clause that if one airline grounded, the other one had to ground within 6 months.
Yeah,
when Air France announced the grounding, then BA had to ground theirs within 6 months.
Yeah.
And lovely Gillian's asking, where was your first destination once you were fully qualified and were you nervous? When I did my PPL years ago, before you were actually qualified, you had to do solo navigation, so you go out on your own. And the first one I did was out to Bradwell Bay, out near the Thames estuary, and then turn around and come back. And yeah, I was fairly scared because you know you don't want to get lost flying around London. I can't remember where you did landaways as well, part of your PPL. So I went to Cambridge and Coventry, I think.
Got a Virgin A330, another heavy here at Manchester. This one's coming in from Orlando, flight 76. Been in the air around 7 hours 40 minutes. This one about to touch down on this Super FriYAY show, brought to you by Matcam and a certain Mr. Mark Langston.
Hello.
Butter machine about to touch.
He's going to make this turn off.
He actually is going to make the rapid exit.
Yeah, look at that.
Fair old slam on the reverse there.
A lot of spray.
That's great.
Moister than an oyster out there.
Aye. Otter's pocket. Not often you see a Virgin 330 vacating there, taking the rapid exit from 23 right. Great to see. Got the Norwegian just lining up now with the on the active. So we'll keep our eye on this 330. This is not something we often see. Taxiing past us right past us here at the RVP, the Runway Visitor Park here at Manchester Airport. Get yourselves down while the weather's good. Plenty to do here. Got a cafe, all your amenities, cafe, Concorde tours, few static aircraft to go and have a look around. Got a mound to watch all the aircraft. Bit of a playing area for all the kids and stuff. Obviously got like the aviation task shop. Get all your models and other aviation related purchases from there. This 330 absolutely mastered that touchdown there.
Oh, right, I've just been told by young Martin, we've had two, well, you've had two Kofi donations.
Oh, really?
Fiona Lofthouse.
Go on, Matt, I'll leave you with coffee ones. Go on,
then. You've got Fiona Lofthouse.
Oh, yeah?
Has donated £5 towards your coffee donation.
Thanks a lot, Fiona.
And so has Paul Taff. He's chipped in as well. He's put £10 in. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Much appreciated, mate. Yep. Every donation really helps the channel. Helps keep these live streams free for absolutely everybody. We don't have any of our shows behind any paywalls or anything like that. Everything goes to the viewer for free, and we'd like to keep it that way. The only way we can do that is with your support, ladies and gents. Even if you just like the stream, that really helps us out. Thank you very much. Go, tap Embraer. I presume will be the Lisbon flight. About to touch down.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mac One. I got you mixed up with Sam. Yeah. Malcolm's asking, would I like to fly the 380 into Dubai? I'd like to have a go in a 380. I wouldn't want to fly it. I like being at home.
Looks busy Dubai as well, doesn't it? Most of the time, you know.
Marge was asking, have any problem with laser strikes? Yeah, been lasered a few times.
Ireland, Dublin by any chance?
No, I've had a couple in here. Used to have it happen in Newcastle a lot in some of the less nice areas.
This is no deterioration to people from Dublin, but every time I've been on the scanner and stuff, there always seemed to be a lot of activity in that aspect, you know.
Right.
On the approach into Dublin, yeah.
Yeah, certain airports. You get them in Liverpool quite often, I gather, as well. But I remember there was someone in a town called Cramlington who was lasering the planes, and it's on the final approach to the airport. And I was talking to the police saying that he saw the footage from the police helicopter. It was up on a task and it was finished. And he said, well, I'll fly down the ILS towards the runway and see if I can, you know, find out where this laser bloke is. And this rocket science is there with his laser pen, and he's squirting it at the police helicopter who's sitting there hovering. And he said you could hear him talking the police car to the outside of this bloke's house. And you could see the thermal imaging of this bloke with the laser flashing it, and you saw the thermal imaging of the two policemen walk around the driveway into the back, pick this geezer up and dump him on the floor and handcuff him. And yeah, he said it was good to watch.
Hey, we've got another 7.5 on the taxi out here, you know. This one of the Iceland Air variety. Not a special for us today, but 7.5 all the same.
Eric is asking, do I prefer short or long flights? I prefer the longer ones because you can only do 2.
Yeah.
If you have short flights, you end up doing 4, and that's tiring.
Yes. Here we go, SAS Neo touching down.
That's a nice colour scheme as well, isn't it?
I love it, mate. This.
Yeah, it's smart.
Very subtle.
Yeah. And you got another Kofi donation. Thunder Mums supporting you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Raccoon Bandit, should we say? Windscreen.
Yeah. Looks good on their 350s as well.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree.
Got the old Wi-Fi dome on the back there near the tail.
Yeah. Fair old size of a dome, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it increases your fuel burn. I can't remember what it is because I think some of ours have got, or the Air Berlin ones have got them, and it does increase the fuel burn. Not by much, but over a year.
Yeah, you can imagine, can't you?
You'll feel it, yeah.
EasyJet just rotating. Non-stop action at the moment. Next arrival's here already as well.
That Easy's just got a nice little day out, Belfast. Oh yeah, that's not a bad day out.
And this EasyJet is coming in from where the Iceland Air 75 is going to be departing to. This is coming in from Reykjavik. Flight time of 2 hours for this aircraft.
Philip's asking, have I ever had to divert due to disruptive passenger? Not recently. If I do divert for a disruptive passenger, I make sure I go somewhere not very nice.
Yes.
Somewhere where the police are a bit more hands-on and they don't put up with that sort of thing. I won't drop them off anywhere nice.
Yeah, so muck about on one of Mark's flights at your peril.
Yeah. Nathan's asking, what's my best and worst airports? Best one, well, it used to be Newcastle because it meant I was going home, so now it's Manchester.
Something you're always checking that as well, isn't it, Mark? All your thingy points and stuff like that. Like where you can, obviously in emergency situations and that, you've always got to have somewhere in mind. And
yeah, I mean, I hit on it in the podcast that I did. That we should going along. You want to have an idea of where you are in space, or if you need to go quickly.
Yep.
The best way for you flight simmers.
Am I right in saying you always have like two airports in your mind where you can always be?
Yeah, I mean, the best way of doing it for the flight sim guys, put your map on nav and a range of 160 gives you 80 miles in front, 8 miles behind, because your best bet might be behind you.
Yeah.
And you know, normally you're flying along, you're in the cruise, you're printing off weather, and you're keeping an eye on things. But if you've got a problem, then you start being a little bit more proactive in a range and setting it all up in the box.
Iceland Air 75.
Lovely. Yeah, so if you know, the cabin crew called you and said, well, we've got somebody who's not very well on oxygen, we're monitoring the doctor on board, we're keeping an eye on it. You think, right, okay, well, this might go pear-shaped very quickly. So you'd print off the weather, try and get the ATISes, you know, what runways are in use and everything, of the airports around you.
Yep.
And what sometimes I'll do, if it's looking, you know, a little bit iffy, I'll use the secondary flight plan to put in a couple of airports.
Yeah.
And then if they say, you know, call up, say, yep, it's gone pear-shaped, we need to be on the ground quickly.
Yeah.
Just activate that and go to the nearest. And it's all set up. Just tell ATC, we want to go here, we want to go at this point, we're diverting. And off you go. And it's all done. The point where you don't want to be doing that is when they call up and say, it's all gone pear-shaped, we need to be on the ground quickly. And then you're sitting there going, better print some weather off and find out where we're going to go then. You want to be ahead of it and get that ready to go. Sharon's asking, how do you manage with the brightness of the sun? You've got sun visors, these pull-down sun visor things that come down and block the sun out. I don't bother with sunglasses.
Right, Mark, we've got a bit of support to catch up on. I
Yes,
finally
mate.
got my thingy screen up. So,
Good lad.
catch up. He had Darren Taggart with the £5 super chat. Cheers, Darren. He says, good morning, guys. Have an amazing weekend. Enjoy. Same to you, Darren. Have a crack at me. Chrissy B with a £1 Airline is Live gifted membership. Thank you so much, Chrissy. Ronnie Middle-earth with a £1.49 super chat. Thanks a lot, Ronnie. We had Malky and Ronnie with a £1 Airlines Live gifted membership. Thank you very much, guys. And Chuck Morris signed up to first class. Thank you very much, Chuck, for your support. Mike Ainsworth with a £4.99. Thanks a lot, Mike. Hope you're okay, mate. Cam Jenkins, business class member for 4 months. Another great show. Great to see Captain Mark. He loves the 75s as well, Mark. He flew on Alpha India in August, and it was absolutely beautiful.
Good lad.
So much louder in the cabin, he says as well. Practically Geek, member also at business class for 8 months. Getting closer to that year. Been watching so long, but not as a member. Wish I'd joined sooner. You're still here, Practically Geek. Thank you so much. Love the community and everything about this channel. And we love you back as well, Practically Geek. Thank you so much, mate. And also, finally, Eddie Pyle with a £5 super chat. Thank you so much, Eddie. Matt, another great show. And Mark as well. I'll add you to that as well, Mark. Thank you very much, everyone.
I've got a question from Barbara. What is the longest flight you've had to where? I think the longest one I did in one direction was Djibouti, just north of Somalia, to Paris on the 7.5. It took 8.5 hours.
Asturias, yeah?
Yeah. We used to do on the 7.5 Luxor and Aswan out of Gatwick, and that was a long day out because it's further than Sharm and Hurghada.
Yeah.
But the 7.5 flies quicker than the 320s, so I can't remember the flight times, but Hurghada or Sharm on the 320 there and back in a day is a really long day out.
Yeah, it is. I've done like Hurghada on the on one of the 7.3s. Good grief, mate. The flight there is not so bad, but the flight back in the middle of the night on a 7.3 is not.
You've normally got headwinds as well, slowing you down. So it's
not
just,
the best, mate. Around about 6 hours in the air. Not great.
Oh, Dylan's off to Tui. He used to be at Jet 2 on the 7.3. He's now off to Tui. Good lad. That was a question here. Why don't pilots point out places of interest along the way? They used to donkeys years ago. I do. I've got these big speeches that I've got in my phone, and I give them the spiel with history, and especially around the Greek islands, all about the Apostle Paul and his antics around there, and where he used to go to Thessaloniki and Athens and Corinth, and even the Exodus down when I go down to Egypt, you have to go past Mount Sinai. But I've got these great big speeches, Malta as well, and Paul's antics there. So, yeah, some people do, some people don't. I mean, I used to fly with this grumpy guy years ago, and the cabin crew called up and said the passengers are asking where we are. So we got on the PA and said, some of you are asking where we are. We're halfway, thank you. And he hung up. I'm sitting there.
Right, that's all you need to know.
Yeah, wasn't the best, was it?
Straight to the point, though.
Yeah. See you later, Sock. Thanks for tuning in.
It's been a lovely day for it here so far at Manchester. Sun's been out. Plenty of aviation action here at Manchester. Really enjoying these Friday shows, actually, because like you say, we're a bit cautious of the traffic, whether it be enough to keep you guys entertained, but there does seem to be ample amount of movements on the ground here.
It's not been a bad morning, is it?
Not bad at all. And as you can probably hear, I'm joined today by the legend himself, that is Mr. Mark Langston, Airbus A319 and A320 captain.
There's only one legend here, mate. It's not me, it's you.
Hey, I beg to differ,
the weather
mate.
you've been out in doing this is...
Comes with a job, mate, I'm afraid.
Your dedication to the cause is second to none, I must say.
There you go. Ryanair Max touching down.
I know, I've said it before, watching you out there in the rain and the wind and everything. I was sitting there, I can't believe it. I remember that time I mentioned before, I came in from Malta, and it was windy and it was been raining solidly all day, and I come off the taxiway and standing up on the mound there is Plain Spotted Mike and his mate, and they're waving, and Billy P's doing the Billy P dance, and I'm just like, you guys are so
absolutely nuts. Us Plain Spotters, mate, we're absolutely crackers.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've gathered back then.
Yeah,
by now.
I kind of noticed.
Absolute nutters, mate. Many a time I've been stood in the morning, all my waterproofs on and everything, and Idy's just turned around and said, "Are you serious? I mean, he's still going? Like, yeah. I'm never going to see this aircraft again at Manchester. He's still going? Yeah? Yeah, but it's torrential rain. I don't care."
Julian's asking, have the onboard mills improved? No, they've not. They've got worse, if anything, but yeah. Andy's asking, do I enjoy the flight deck visits? Yes, I do. And no, they don't press the button. Hello, Sylvia. Oh, sorry. Hello, Louise. Sylvia Wood. I can get that right.
Oh, yeah,
our favourite cabin crew.
Hope the trolley's full.
Yeah. Miles is asking, do I like watching fictional films or TV that features pilot at work, or do the inaccuracies annoy me? I live in a house full of ladies, so I never get to watch the telly. It's great.
Yes.
I remember watching some film with Kurt Russell where he had to land his plane. You know, he'd done a few hours in a PA-28, and now he's got to land a jumbo, and you know, it's so far from reality. It was funny. In reality, you know, someone would talk him down by getting him to do an autoland. You wouldn't try and fly it. But I'm like, there's an alarm going off. I'm going, he hasn't put the gear down. Oh, the gear, and puts the gear down. There's another alarm, and he hasn't done. Then put the flaps. Oh, the flaps, you know. And I'm like, hey, here we go. Yeah,
just critiquing him.
Yeah, and the wife's just sitting there like, honestly.
Here we go. Turkish A321neo is departing Manchester. More than likely heading down to Istanbul.
Mike Drape's asking, what's a sterile cockpit for takeoff and landing? It's normally below 10,000 feet. It means no unnecessary chatter. The only conversation will be updating your mate with your plan, or talking to air traffic, or checklists, or confirming flight mode enunciators. And like, oh, you know, you've got thrust climb, nav, checked. So you're not chatting, you're not talking about who's on Love Island or who's in the jungle or, you know, what you're going to have for your tea. You can do that above 10,000 feet.
Tonight, maybe.
Yeah, well, I don't drink, so that's all right. That's a short conversation. But yeah, it came about years ago. They found that there was a few accidents where people weren't paying attention. They were generally chatting and flew a plane into a hill.
Not the best idea.
It's not really, no.
What looks like the BA service from Heathrow is next arrival.
Looks like it's the next one taxiing out as well.
Yep. Oh yeah. Normally a pretty quick turnaround for these BA aircraft. Normally only around on the ground for around half an hour, 45 minutes. So.
Beljuice is asking how many commercial pilots or cabin crew fly general aviation in their non-working time. There's quite a few. There's one of the captains here. He's got his own aircraft. There's one of the guys who's involved with the Lancashire Barnstormers at Barton who do all the aerobatics. He does lessons for that.
Yep.
There's a couple of cabin crew learning to fly. One of them learned to fly and then he got in on the TUI scheme, so he did really well. Mm-hmm. It's just that expensive these days. I can't believe how anyone can afford to do it. Oh, hello, Tom and Ann.
Hey, Tom and Ann. Oh, you okay?
Nathan's asking why is the speed limit to 250 knots below 10,000 feet? I'm not sure. I know it's a regulation set by the CAA and the authorities. Yeah, the airlines go for it as well. I'm sure that I seem to remember there was a windstream bird strike limit. I think it's 230 knots on the 737. I can't remember. I might be wrong, but it was years since I've flown it. But I remember that, you know, you don't want to be going too fast because if you do hit a bird, it's going to make a lot of damage.
Yes, a lot of mess.
Yeah, you can exceed that speed limit if air traffic say
give you clearance to do so.
Yeah, you know, sometimes they say free speed. That will normally means that we're not giving you a speed restriction, but the 250 still applies.
Yeah, they do normally say like no restriction, don't they?
Yeah. That normally still applies. If they turn around and say, right, flight 320 knots, then we go, all right.
And as this British Airways aircraft vacates the runway, the flight going the other way is on the active and waiting for departure clearance from the tower.
Tom and Ann have just gifted a membership.
Yay, thanks a lot, Tom and Ann. Very much appreciated, thank you.
Keep looking over to the cafe to see if they're sitting there, but they're not. I was very disappointed with the cafe this morning, you know. I went in and wanted a bar of dark milk chocolate for the wife, and they only had plain.
Not getting any better these days.
No, they're not.
I mean, you tell some bad jokes, but that one's just that's a shocker. Sorry.
I checked my fingernails for splinters. I was scraping the barrel of that one. Philip Ward's asking, could a passenger land an aircraft with help from ATC like to see on the films? Yeah, possibly if you can do if you can be taught to do an auto land.
I think that's been explained on the Pilot Explains video, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. You need someone to tell them what buttons to press.
Like you've always got one like crew or like with your company, I believe, like there's always like at least one crew trained in some.
Australia used to get the cabin managers to know how to use the radio. Most airlines don't do that anymore. But yeah, Australia used to when we went in the sim, they used to have the cabin managers in with us.
Let's put this dead cat back on this mic. There we go.
Graham Thomas is asking, how long before flight do you check in and what does pre-flight entail? It's normally an hour before you depart. I always get there early. You've got to download your flight plans. You've got to check the weathers, read all the notices about the airports, have a look at the en route weather, make a fuel decision. Whoever's flying the aircraft will set the aircraft up on the inside, set the nav aids up, and program the flight computer. Whoever's not flying the aircraft will do the walk round. You both do the load sheet, work out where the loading is. You then work out your takeoff performance, how much engine power you're going to use, and your speeds. You'll brief. The cabin crew will be doing their checks. They'll get the passengers on. You do your welcome on board PA, and then you go. At the end of the day, it's normally once you've parked up and punters off, it's normally half an hour after that just to shut everything down.
Sound is. Got this EasyJet coming in from Charles de Gaulle, Neo. That's going to be followed in by the Austrian Embraer, and I think the 380 shouldn't be miles out now. I wouldn't have thought. So a quick scandal. Oh yeah, so 380 is only 20 minutes out, ladies and gentlemen. Now, so don't be going anywhere. In front of that 380, incidentally, is the Qatar 350 as well. So we've got two awesome arrivals coming in succession. Don't be going anywhere. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. On the ground, we have a TUI Dreamliner, which is now just this second starting its push back from the pier at T2. That's going to be going to Bridgetown. And we've got a Ryanair at the end of the runway there, which is going to wait for this EasyJet to land. That Ryanair is going over for the return leg to Dublin.
Nacho Pants is asking, when they say cabin crew cross-jet, do they ever intentionally make a mistake to make sure everyone's on their game and paying attention? No, they don't. No, you've got to check that the doors are armed or disarmed depending on what's happening. And unfortunately, from time to time, people do unfortunately blow a slide, a door slide.
Yes.
And it's very expensive, it's very costly, and it can be very, very dangerous as well.
I think two people may recall the 380 incident,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it took the air bridge out as well, didn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Here you go, Neo. Coming in from Paris. Normally around an hour's flight time for this routing.
And Graham Hill has gifted another Airline Live membership, and that's gone to Dylan McDirk.
Thank you very much, Graham. Enjoy those perks, Dylan. And thanks again, Graham. And thanks again, Tom and Ann, for your gifty as well. Thank you very much.
DNS Aviation is saying, on finals just before the flare, I see some aircraft pitch the nose sharply downwards for a few seconds. Is this to slow the aircraft, keep the eye on the centre line? No, he shouldn't be doing that at all.
One aircraft you do notice doing that a lot, Mark, is the ATRs, though. The ATRs, they're a lot more agile in that aspect, in that respect, I'd have thought, though. Yeah,
they've got a lower pitch attitude. I mean, the Airbus and the comes in about 2.5 degrees nose up, and the 7.5 and the 7.3 is similar.
I mean, I've seen some of the ATRs, and they're at like 20, 30 feet, and they're still making like drastic adjustments. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they come in very flat, very nose down.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
The thing is as well, when you fly on a really windy day, you're going to have extra speed to compensate. The Airbus will put it on using this thing called ground speed mini. We were chatting about this the other day on the stream. The 7.3 and 7.5, you actually dial it in yourself, and it was the 7.3 and 7.5, you actually dial it in yourself, and it was half of the headwind and all of the gust, up to 20 knots. So as you're going faster, there's more air going over the wings, you've got more lifts, you need the nose lower. So if you're going really faster, it would be a lower nose.
Yeah.
But yeah, the idea is as you come towards the runway, you keep it at 2.5 degrees, and then as you get to inside 30 feet, when you hear the call out, you gently pitch the nose up a little bit and slowly take the power off.
Yeah.
Oh, Andy Richards has gifted 5 Airliners Live membership. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you very much, Andy. Thanks a lot for your support, mate. That'll go a long way. Thank you very, very much, mate. Massive. There you go. Ryanair. It's the Dublin flight. Fairly steep climb from that 7.3.
Metri Moon's asking, always wondered about the cross-check. Is there any difference between the props and the jets with armed doors? I've no idea. I've never flown a turboprop, but you're going to have doors and you're going to have slides.
I'd have thought the routine's practically pretty much universal, you know.
Yeah, I remember someone blowing a slide at me last airline. He wasn't even working for the airline.
What?
He just went up and opened the door to try and help the cabin crew out in Paris, and it was on an air bridge. He worked for for a charter for Dallo Airlines, the Djibouti airline.
Yeah, yeah.
And they used to do this charter for them, and they always had a rep on board, and this rep decided to help the cabin crew one day and jumped up and opened the door.
What the?
Yeah, bang, and there's a door, there's a slide.
On stand?
Yeah.
That's probably like sticking your nose into stuff that's got nothing to do with it, honestly.
Yeah. His family, they ended up having to pay for the slide. I think it's about £45,000 or something ridiculous. I can't remember what it was. It was ridiculous.
A couple of seconds of madness.
Yeah. Miles is asking, did I always want to be a pilot? I did. And I was always told by school that I wasn't clever enough and I couldn't do it.
School are always going to tell you that. Come on.
Anyway, God had different plans and he put me there, you know. And I didn't get good grades at school because all I wanted to do was ride me BMX.
Yes.
But yeah, now. And was asking, is it the captain that decides who is going to fly the aircraft? The captain signs for the aircraft, so every sector is the captain's. It's up to the captain to decide which, if any, they want to give away. Most days, I just say, which way do you want to go? And most of the first officers like to take it down to wherever we're going.
Yeah.
So I end up bringing it back quite a lot. But if the weather's pants, then the captain has to do it.
Here we go. Austrian Embraer. He's about to touch down.
Had a fun day out on that Storm Agnes because we went to Santorini. It's captain's only approach and landing and takeoff at Santorini.
Yeah.
So I had to take it down. Plus the winds were horrendous back here, so I had to bring it back. But because we were on a lightweight aircraft, we had to stop at Venice to get extra fuel.
Yep.
So at least the FO, he's a smashing lad called Bradley, he's a smashing kid. He took it into Venice, so at least he got to get his hands dirty a little bit. Otherwise he was going to be sitting there scratching his bum all day.
So, like how you say, responsibilities in the flight deck, just pretty much share the responsibilities, Mark, or like you say, if you're captain and that, do you take a lot more of the responsibility, or is the responsibilities pretty much shared there, or? Yeah,
I mean, it depends who's flying and who's doing what. At the end of the day,
I mean, like if say you're with like a fairly new crew member and stuff, like, will you obviously take priority of most of like what needs doing, or? Will you put them in at the deep end and stuff like that?
With trainers, then yeah, it is a bit like that on the early sectors.
Yep.
But you've got a safety pilot who's sitting there watching as well and keeping an eye on things.
Yep.
When they're on the line, I mean, I'm not a trainer, so I only fly with guys who have passed their line checks. So
yep.
it's back to normal operations. They have a thing called prompt direct intervene. So if you're going in with someone new or someone who's a little bit working quite hard, you're going in somewhere you can see you're a bit high, you can see you've got some problems, you can prompt and you say, do you think you're a bit high?
Yeah.
Would you like the gear? And most of the time they go, yeah, good idea, get the gear down, and then everything comes back in. Sometimes you'll have to go, you're quite high, I'm going to put the gear down.
Yeah.
And then if it still isn't working, then you have to say, I have control and take over.
Yeah, if you're getting to that point where you're just like...
Yeah, I've never done that. I've never had to do it.
Really?
Never had to take over. Yeah. I intend to keep that record.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be a brilliant record to keep that, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, so keep the questions coming if you'd like to pose something to Captain Mark.
ALATC, 250 knots below, flight level 100, 10,000 feet, Class A, B airspace. It can be exceeded as you're under ATC control. It's applied, though, to help with manoeuvrability and closure rates at lower levels. That's the other problem you've got as well, especially in busy airports. Mm-hmm. When you take off, especially a light aircraft, if you've not got many people on board, it'll go up like a rocket.
Yeah.
And if you're going up and someone's... you say you're clear to 5,000 feet, someone's going over the top of 6,000 feet. If you're going up like a rocket, the traffic collision avoidance system will kick in and start barking, traffic, or you may even set its full system off. So you have to reduce the rate of climb or rate of descent if there's someone above or below you. Mark Tilling's asking, is it still as exciting to watch the planes now that you fly them? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still fascinates me.
As far as the 320 and the 319 Mark, obviously the flight deck's pretty much the same in that. Which is the most responsive out of those two aircraft? 319?
Oh yeah, without doubt. Yeah, for an Airbus, it flies quite well.
Yep.
Like I said, the Neos aren't
a little
too
bit more
bad.
delayed on the Neos, or
No, the Neos are all right. They're not as, I wouldn't say they're as snappy as the 319, but they're nowhere near as bad as the CEOs.
yeah.
They just wallow. So what we got? You've got the 350s lined up on final now. The 380 is heading out towards Burnley for the full arrival.
Mm-hmm.
So at the moment it's heading up towards a beacon called Pole Hill, or maybe just to the left to a point called Burnley.
Mm-hmm.
And then it may turn right and go to a point called Rosen, and then it'll be picked off where it'll hold and come in.
On the Rosen hold, yeah.
Yeah, it might be turned early, we don't know. It's nice to see a 350,000 coming in.
Absolutely, yeah.
With the paint falling off.
Here we go, Lufthansa. 320.
Neo's asking what type's iPhone? Commercially, 757, 737, 319 and 320. Other aircraft, DMA, PA-28, Cessna 152, 172s, Piper Apache, Piper Arrow, Piper Seneca.
What did you learn in, Mark?
An AA5. That wasn't. Yeah, I learnt an AA5 Cheetah, and then I flew the Tiger as well.
Right.
That was a good little aircraft. It's got a bit of a weak nose wheel, so you've got to protect it.
Delicate, yeah.
Yeah, good aircraft. Oh, and I flew a Diamond Katana as well when they first came out.
Wow.
That was a funny little thing.
Fairly tame touchdown from the Lufthansa there.
And Neil's asking if I've flown the 380. No, I've not. I'd like a go, but I wouldn't want to fly it for a job.
In the sim first.
Yeah, have a quick go in the sim, just to have a play with all the nice little toys. Because the 320, the flight deck's really not changed much from the original one that came out in the 80s.
Uh-huh.
Whereas the 350 and the 380 have got all these nice little
much
toys.
more advanced, and more screens.
Yeah, they've got this cool thing called brake to vacate. So you put in what turn off you want to come off at,
And it makes
it'll make it within reason.
Another Dreamliner. I think this is the Bridgetown flight. Going to make its way down to the Caribbean. Hope you're enjoying the show today, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, still plenty of time to support, and we've got two heavy aircraft on the way in. We have the Qatar A350 and also the Emirates Airbus A380, biggest passenger aircraft in the world. Going to be landing at Manchester, I'd say, within the next 15 minutes, so don't be going anywhere.
Julian's got a question here. Do I have to stay within a certain distance from the lines on the taxiway, so either side? You want to be on the centre line, really. For a 320, it's not that critical, but something like a 380, because it overhangs so much, you really got to be on it. You watch the videos from the flight deck of the 380 taking off, you hear them hitting every single centre line light.
Yeah.
Whereas on a 320, you can be off it a little bit, so you don't get the boom, 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 boom all the time on the takeoff roll.
I think that's what Martin asked the other day, and Martin and Andy, like, do you guys purposely miss the runway lights? I know they're obviously flush with the... well, they're supposed to be flush. They're supposed to be flush with the runway surface, but is it something you avoid, or...?
Yeah, I try not to hit them all because it's just annoying. The challenge is if you can do the takeoff with the centreline lights going between the two centre nose wheels, that's quite tricky.
Yeah.
Paul's asking, are the planes leased or do the airlines own them? Depends on the airline. Some airlines, like Jet2, they own all their 75s. They try and buy as many planes as they can.
Yep.
I think EasyJet own a lot of their aircraft. They lease a few.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the first of those two heavies. Oh, we're way out with my timing. This is the Qatar A350. About to touch down here on this Friday show. Brought to you by Airline is Live. Enjoy this touchdown. Certainly a looker. Qatar Airbus A350. Great to see him back at Manchester. Great to have the variation actually with the both the Boeing and the Airbus aircraft.
Simon's asking, have I ever landed at Leeds during bad weather and had to go around? No, I've managed to avoid Leeds, which is a good thing, and I plan to keep doing that. it's a tricky airport, that one.
As soon as you have a crosswind at Leeds, you're... only has to be the slightest wind, doesn't it, as well at Leeds, and you're frightened, you know. Here we go, got the Logan Air ATR just on the roll.
Short red airlines.
Capture this, and then we'll get back to the Qatar.
There's only one Barry Bidwell. I saw his sign in the office yesterday. I was quite so impressed with that. He's asking what's happening with independent flight plans over the Atlantic instead of the usual flight corridors. I don't know. You've got your North Atlantic tracks that you normally fly along, but I know they're trying to go more towards RNAV point to point. But I don't go across the Atlantic, so I haven't got a clue what they're doing over there at the moment. So I'm sorry, I can't really help you.
So next to land we have a Ryanair from Prague, and then a Ryanair from Faro, and then we're going to have the Emirates Airbus A380, which is going to be number 3. Just turning onto the ILS now, just established. And of course we've got this Qatar A350 taxiing past us, stunning aircraft.
Prefer the CFMs or the IE engines on the 320C. I prefer the CFMs. I haven't flown the IEs, but I know a few people who have. And Deborah's asking, any advice for someone wanting to become a pilot? Yeah, don't give up. Look at every way of doing it. It's going to be hard work, but it'll be worth it in the end. Have a look at sponsorships. You know, see if you can get one of those. That will make your life a lot easier.
I suppose that's one of the big aspects now, and it might just persevering and I'd have thought, like, once you're so far through your training and stuff, you just have that determination to just finish, wouldn't you? You know.
Yeah.
Regardless of, like you say, your financial difficulties and whatnot. Once you've got through once you've got your legs into a certain depth, you know, you'd be wanting to crack on and finish, I'd have thought.
Yeah, this is the thing. You've got to really, really, really know it's for you.
Yeah.
It's not one of these things, well, I'll have a go at that, and, you know, if it don't work out, well...
No, it's always something to fall back on. Yeah, it's not one of them.
You've got to be absolutely 100% committed.
Yeah.
I've seen, Carl's asking about speed tape productions. I have seen a couple of them. They're quite good. Dean, have I been into Madeira when it's windy? I've been into Madeira not when it's windy. Chris is asking, if on holiday on a 787 the crew became incapacitated, could you fly and land it? Yes, could do. Probably do an autoland, to be fair, if it was working.
Yeah, okay.
Nacho Pants, go back to school and say, hi, I'm a pilot, and YouTube star, how to get that up to all your teachers. Yeah, it does you the world of good when you've got a careers advisor. Oh well, you might be a street sweeper.
Yeah, don't think you're going to make it.
Yeah, if you could be a street sweeper with them qualifications, if you work hard, you could be a toilet cleaner. I thought that'll be a breath of fresh air. Bestie Lucivans, put a donation in £2
£2 super chat. Cheers, Beastie. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you a lot. Like I say, every bit of support, godly appreciated.
Thank you, Slackrill. Thanks for tuning in. Lou's asking what's my favourite airport's approach. Geneva's pretty cool. She's coming over the hills. Santorini can be quite good because there's a great big mountain. It used to be a volcanic island. It blew up in 1613, I think it was, BC. And it caused the ash cloud that blanked out a lot of Egypt and Israel and caused the famine that Joseph and the Technicolor Greencoat saved all the lives from. But yeah, when you look at it, you can see that it's like shaped like the letter C, and the volcano is in the middle. So again, you know, when we're talking about pilots telling things, I always tell the passengers about that because, you know, it's quite fascinating, really, and you can see it so clearly.
You can actually see it, yeah, you can actually see it.
Yeah.
All right, now just touching in, but next arrival is already in view. We've got the Emirates Airbus A380.
Our hacker's asking what problems will happen if a volcano would erupt in Iceland. I did see a thing the other day where they said they don't think it's going to be an ash cloud one, but if you do get an ash cloud one, depends where the ash cloud goes, because wherever that ash cloud is, you can't fly.
Yeah.
And I was up in the last one. We've come back from Malaga, we ended up having to divert into Liverpool, and you could see it. You could see that the sky went brown.
Yeah, you could actually visually look like.
Yeah. It weren't good. But yeah, I mean, if it blows up and you've got a great big ash cloud everywhere, you know, everything will be grounded until it's cleared.
Hey, and a massive thank you to business class member and channel legend JJ for your 34 months at business class. Great show, Matt. Thank you very much, Jay. Hope you're okay, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoyed your birthday celebrations last weekend.
Amy's asking, have you ever had a Karen on the plane like those crazy ones in America? Do you know what that girl, I can't remember her name, there was a Halloween outfit of her where it had like the tight sleeveless t-shirt and the ripped jeans and the expensive handbag. I'm telling you now, that MF is not real. And yeah, you get all sorts. It's normally drunks the worst problem, but yeah, you get the people who are self-entitled and demand free stuff, and you know, because they've had to wait 5 minutes extra for boarding. But yeah, wow. I mean, I'd love it if Tiffany Gomez, that's her name. I'd love it if she was on one of my planes and started shouting. I thought that was hilarious watching it. So cool.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Biggest passenger commercial aircraft in the world, the Emirates Airbus A380, about to touch down on 23 right during this FriYAY show. Hope you're all enjoying it so far. And if you can, possibly just leave a like. That'd be absolutely awesome. The final few 100 feet now for this giant aircraft. Still a fair old bit there, Mr. Langston.
What, a bit moist?
Beautiful touchdown there from the Emirates Airbus A380 there. Landing here at Manchester. Round about an hour later than scheduled, this aircraft. Should be, I think the scheduled departure now is around 2:45. It could be even longer now, actually. But yep, that's the scheduled departure time. Minimum of around 2 hours for this aircraft to get turned around. Very shortly we'll see it pulling up on stand 12. We'll see the usual small village being formed around it.
Oliver's asking, do you need a certain amount of separate training to fly the 380? Yeah, I mean, the idea with Airbus is that if you fly one, you can fly any of them. But you'd have to do a differences course, and it depends on what you've flown before. If you're coming from a Boeing, then you'd have to do a full conversion course. But if you're coming off a different type of Airbus, then the course is a lot shorter.
And next heavy departure is going to be the TUI Dreamliner, but for the meantime, we'll just wait for this 380 to taxi past us. TUI's not going anywhere at the minute anyway. I think he's going to wait for the next for arriving traffic.
Gillian's asking, she loves Innsbruck. Have I ever flown there? I've done it in the sim on the 7.5. I've never done it in real life.
Not done it in IRL?
No, I try and avoid it.
Yeah, you best you can.
Paid enough for that. Used to do Chambry a lot on the 7.5.
The circle to around there is just crazy, all with church and stuff there, isn't it?
Yeah, the circle of Chambry is a pain in the bum as well. You've got to fly along a road and then aim for a hospital, and you've got a mountain next year, and you're like, stuff like that. Mark's asking, do you think the days of the big jumbo jets are over good? No, I don't. I fly with a guy who used to work for Airbus, and I think he might be doing a podcast with the lads soon. He's a very, very interesting lad. He designed part of the wings and the fuel system for the 350. And he said the Airbus has still got all the jigs and all the tooling for the 380. And if you look on Plane Finder and you zoom out, you will see how busy the skies are. And in summer, it's even worse. So you get these slots, these air traffic restrictions that we've mentioned on why one of my pilot explains why a plane's late. The only way you can get more people in the sky is to put them in bigger planes. So the Airbus have got plans. I think the 380 might make a comeback. They've got a new wing and a new tail for it, or they've got plans for it. You see, if you look at that one we've got there, that wing and that tail is designed for the 380-1000.
Yeah.
This is the 800.
Yeah.
There's supposed to be an 800, a bigger one, a 900, an even bigger one called a 1000. And those wings and tail are really a bit too big for that aircraft. So it needs a new wing, a new tail, and more fuel-efficient engines. But, I might be wrong, but they've still got all the kit. Mark Scott's asking, what do I prefer to fly, Airbus or Boeing? 757.
Here we go. Emirates, King of the Skies, taxiing past us. And there's the newish tail design there.
Yeah, it's alright, isn't it?
It's alright.
It's alright.
Like Andy mentioned, like when you look at it actually closer in detail, it does look pretty smart actually.
I didn't notice it had on the inside of the winglets, you've got the Emirates flag.
Yeah.
I see the red on the outside, but if you look on the inner one that the passengers see, it's actually got the same design as the tail. That's pretty cool.
Pretty smart, isn't it?
Ah.
Growing on me.
Yeah.
It's a growing.
It's a growing.
Yeah.
I think Amy staff nurse is trying to get free flights here. She's saying all airlines should have a nurse on board. I think she's volunteering there.
Forward thinking, Amy. Forward thinking. TUI Dreamliner is now lined up on 23 right, ready for a departure.
James is asking, have I had to divert due to unruly passengers? Not for a long time. Not for a long time. Because like I said earlier, if I go anywhere, if I divert for dodgy passengers, I'll take them somewhere horrible. Yeah. I'll let them know.
Make them pay for it.
Yeah. I remember years ago, someone was saying we had this guy kicking off on board and we looked like we might have to divert. And the FA went, oh, there's Sophia over there. It's nice there. I said, it's far too nice for him. If you look out to your right, there's Tirana in Albania, and the police will not take kindly to this.
Take him there.
Yeah, that's where we'll go.
Here we go. TUI Dreamliner, making its way to the Caribbean. Bridgetown in particular, Barbados.
Barry's saying a stumpy 380 would look weird. Well, that is the stumpy one.
That is actually the stumpy one, yeah.
They were originally going to launch the 1000, but they thought it would be a bit too much for the airlines. They didn't think the airlines would
that capacity.
Get their head round it. But yeah, if you put in A380, 800, 900, 1000, you'll see that is the stumpy one. That is quite true. I remember the 747 SPs, I used to see them at Heathrow a lot, the special performance ones, the stumpy jumbos.
Yeah.
United had them.
Yeah, I remember them, yeah.
Yeah, there was an Oman government one with some sort of funny dish on the back.
They looked so surreal, didn't they, Mark?
Yeah.
Because there was, like you say, like an actual jumbo, but like shrinked up.
Yeah.
Just looked so diverse, those, didn't they?
Super long range.
Yeah.
South African had them, I think. There was some Alliance Airlines
They
had
had the
them.
same engines on and stuff, didn't they?
Yeah,
They
had
didn't
the
drop
Pratt
the
Whitney
capacity of the
engines.
engines on.
Yeah, they had the Pratt Whitney engines. I think it had more fuel capacity. I think it had a tail tank as well, but
Yeah.
they'd shrunk it so it could carry less punters, but it could fly further.
Yeah,
Until the
of course.
400 came out, I think it was the longest range airliner in the world.
So
at
they
the
just
time.
adjusted that ratio slightly, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, A380 just pulling up onto stand 12. The only allocated gate that's got the capacity to take the 380 at the minute. Incidentally, you may have been informed that the new pier being built at T2 is going to have the capacity to take 2 A380s, so... and if you can hear some music in the background, I do believe there's a function going on at the Concorde hangar.
No invite.
Later on this evening, no invite, man.
No invite.
Put my head round the door after to see if there's got any RSVP.
Free food. Matt one's asking, do you think there's a future for quad jets, or do you think we'll just see bigger twin jets? Yeah, I mean, they want the twin jet route. The engines are so powerful now.
Yeah.
You know, you look at the 350,000, and you know the new 777, which they're still having loads of problems with. But I think with the 380, it's going to be a quad.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, I can't see Boeing doing a quad jet again.
No, I agree. I think it's a balancing act because obviously, like some of your big carriers now, one or two of them are reverting back to the 380 and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the airlines are waiting on the results of that because
yeah, Emirates have said they want to buy up all the spare ones.
absolutely, yeah.
Keep them flying.
All the Air France ones and stuff like that. Yeah.
There
I
was
think the jury's still out for me, Mark. I think one or two of these like airlines who'd normally be pushing to get like a bigger, wider airframe and stuff, I think they're waiting to see what happens. I think.
Yeah.
It's a big aircraft to undertake, and it's like look at Global now. They've undertaken 4 of them, and for a new airline, it's very subjective to me. That, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. You can pick them up cheap because you know there's a few sitting in knackers yards. But I'm not so sure myself.
Don't get me wrong. I hope they can make it work. But
yeah.
I think it's
on paper. You know, we're going to fly from the UK to Florida daily on a 380. I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, on paper it looks like they could make a lot of money there. But in reality, you know.
Ryanair.
Mad Nomad's asking, has a 380 done an abort a landing gone around again? Yeah, it's done it here a few times.
Yeah.
I'm sure the lads have got videos of it up on the site. All right, Chuck's off. See you later, Chuck. And Audrey's off as well.
Hey.
Hugs to your dad. Hope he's feeling better soon.
Looks like we've got the first quiet spell of the morning, Mark.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, operations are beginning now to turn this giant aircraft around. Plans for the weekend, Mark? What's your plans? What's your typical weekend look like, Mark?
I'm normally at work, mate.
If you're not at work? Biking? You normally on bike?
No, I haven't been on it this year.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't had a time. I've been working
Mate,
all the
we're
time.
well into this year and you haven't even been on the bike, mate.
I know.
What's going on?
I know. I've dug it out, actually. We've been tidying the garage out, so...
Is that purposely not making enough time to go on the bike, or...?
No, it was buried under a load of rubbish in my garage. We sorted that out.
Too much trouble to move all the...
Yeah.
Yes.
We've got... I think the kids are getting a treat tomorrow.
Oh.
And then we've got to try and strip the bathroom because we've had the flood and that's all got to be replaced.
No thanks, mate.
Yeah, Sunday morning off to the church, New Life in Morpeth, and then the group that we go to, this wacky group, amazing group we go to in Biker in the evening.
Yeah.
Possibly pop in and see the eldest at lunchtime, but I don't know. Are you up to much? Apart from being here on Sunday?
Obviously, I'll be here Sunday. Tomorrow I ain't got much planned, I don't think, but tomorrow's Heidi's first day off in about 4, I think, so make the most.
She just had 6 months off.
I know, mate. Hey, how lazy can you get? Eh?
I'm
so yeah,
nothing,
Heidi's off for the first time in a couple of days. So I'll probably make the most of that, and obviously back here Sunday with the lads. Don't forget that next live show is going to be on Sunday from around 8:45, 9 o'clock. Make sure you don't miss that, ladies and gentlemen. Big job breaking out here.
Do you know where you're going to be on Sunday?
No idea as of yet, mate. Yeah. Normally up on the car park, especially now with the winter hours kicking in on the dual ops. Not much point in being over on the south side now, to be honest. Yeah. On Sunday morning.
Wet as not as pocket over there, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I know it. So yep, EasyJet on the way out there.
Dean's asking, does anyone know why clear air turbulence happens and can you predict it? Yes, if you look at Pilot Explains, Fears of Flying, I think it's that on that one.
Yeah, I think it's on that one,
Just hit 1 million views. I explain about clear air turbulence, jet streams, how it happens, and it's all in there.
Yep, so don't forget, listeners, if you do know anyone with a fear of taking to the air, stopping them living the best life, stopping them going on holiday and making that break, make sure they watch that Pilot Explains video where Mark goes through every possibility that could possibly go wrong, and hopefully it puts your mind at ease and encourages you to get back in the skies.
And there'll be another one coming out soon as well, the sequel.
Oh.
As soon as Martin tells me the subjects and what he wants, I'll get it done. Tim's asking, would I like to try and land the King of the Sky? Only in simulator, yeah, I wouldn't want to fly it for a job. Oh, they are. Someone's linked an A380 go around in the chat.
Oh yeah, I think it might have been from last winter. I think could be mistaken. Yeah, I'm
out in front of Dylan. Yeah, you enjoy Gateshead, mate. It's a nice part of the world.
Having that Chester, Mike, Kevin, and King Kev, get your joke book back.
I don't know.
Afternoon, Infinite. Hope you're okay, mate. Brian, welcome in from Cali. Hope you're okay, mate. Mizam, hope you're okay, mate. Amatrine.
Joanna's trying to scrounge some of me curry off because she's just up the road in Spenny Moor.
Mate, you need to stop posting that curry, mate. You're going to have people queuing up outside your gaff, mate. Love your curry, don't you, Mark?
Yeah, it's good little part-time. Make curries up. But Barry Bill was asking if my bike is Jet A1 powered. It is after a curry. I know Barry was talking about earlier on, I saw he posted about blended wings. They were talking about those. Mm-hmm. That'd be quite cool. I know someone asked me once, will invisible airplanes ever be a thing? I said, I just can't see them taking off.
Nah, too stealthy. Again, give King Kev his joke back. Give him that joke book back with you, mate. Come on.
I remember when the stealth fighter came out, the invisible plane they were saying, the stealth bomber came out. And we were laughing about it at the time. We were like, the invisible plane, like, hey, Kowalski, go and fill up the stealth bomber. Aye, sir. Where is it? Andy's off for his afternoon tea with his mum. So you enjoy that, buddy?
Get in there, lad. Enjoy that, mate.
Oh, Mr. Jingle fancies a curry as well. All right. Yeah, veggie curry. Yeah, I'll do those as well.
If you haven't yet, get on the Discord. Get on the rate my scran section, ladies and gents, and go and check out some of Captain Mark's curries, mate. Oh, they look the business. And it genuinely looks like every other meal you have, Mark, is a curry.
They're the only ones that I
put your mind to.
I'll take pictures of. Now, interesting bit of trivia here for you.
Oh yeah.
December the 17th.
Oh yeah.
1903.
Oh, okay.
So 120
Taking
years
us
ago.
back here.
120 years ago.
Yeah.
The Wright brothers did their first flight.
Oh, wow.
And it flew for less than the wingspan of a 747.
Good.
But it was a flight.
It's a flight, isn't it?
And
a flight's a flight.
That was it. The first ever flight, the Wright brothers.
Wow.
And about a week before, you had the first airplane that wouldn't fly, and that was flown by the Wrong brothers. Anyway. But yeah, nearly 120 years since
I'm
the
sorry,
first
ladies.
flight.
I'm sorry about this, ladies. I'm very sorry. Here you go. EasyJet departing Manchester here.
Kieran Emmett, he wants some motivation while he dives his head into Module 2 of his air transport pilot's licence exams.
Best of luck, mate.
Love you to me, mate. Keep going. Keep going.
How much paperwork is there, Mark?
Oh, mate, it's loads.
Too much?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't remember how many exams you have to do now because it's all changed. When I did it, I can't remember how many it was when I did it because I did the.
What about your follow-ups and stuff, Mark? You know, like your retests and stuff like
It's every 6 months in the simulator.
So, does that involve a lot of paperwork as well?
Yeah, you've got to put a lot of work in.
Is it just all practical, or...?
No, you've got to put a lot of work in because your sims are every 6 months. You get a technical quiz that you do online every 6 months as well. 40 questions there. The sim, you've got to put your work in. You know, I did a sim once with someone who hadn't put any work in. He hadn't even switched the iPad on.
Wow.
And I sort of sat there and I thought, you know, you're having a laugh, aren't you?
And he hadn't bothered?
No, he hadn't even bothered.
What was that then? Overconfidence, or just thought it's not going to be...
Well, it was during COVID. He thought he was in for landing practice because you have to do 3 takeoffs and landings in every 90 days, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it was actually because the company I work for, their training department's pretty good. Rather than just do 3 takeoffs and landings, which certain other airlines who are based here, they're just like 3 takeoffs, 3 landings, go away. Next, we actually had a proper sim where you take off and you do a couple of little failures and you do you do a little bit of
those landing practice, are those different scenarios, or are they?
No, it's 3 takeoffs, 3 landings.
Just 3 takeoffs, 3 landings.
Yeah,
No adverse conditions or anything set on.
No, but our lot did give you a proper thorough work over to make sure that you were safe.
Yeah.
And I was saying, I can't believe this. Oh dear me. But no, I mean he did fine. He's a good lad, very switched on. But I like to put lots of work in, and so that it looks polished and you don't look like a prat.
Yeah.
I find that bit very easy.
Yeah, just seen the.
Kieran's saying it's 13 ATPL exams in the UK and Europe now.
Aye, okay.
Because I did the tech ones, and then I did the CPL writtens, and then I did the ATPL written. So I had to do even more back. And that's how it was back then.
Yeah. Just too much, yeah.
Yeah. Carl's asking when my next flight. I don't know, mate. I'm off at the moment. Having a bit of time off, so probably...
After Christmas, Mark?
Yeah, maybe New Year.
Good lad.
Oh, Kevin Henry's got a good one. He's feeling sad today. His wife's leaving him due to his obsession with plants. I asked, where did this stem from, Petal? I don't know.
No, Tim, he's never flown the 7.6, unfortunately.
No.
I'd have thought that comes under just standard practicing, actually, amateuring. Did you get practice for Storm Babette and stuff like that? Yeah. I think that probably comes under thingy, doesn't it, Mark? Just normal standard training and
you'll
different scenarios and
yeah. You when you go in the simulator, it's very good now. You've got to do once a year your standard stuff to have your license signed, the engine failure stuff and all this, but they look at the previous 6 months of training, and they look at what people did well, and they look at what people didn't do so well, and then they train you for it.
Yeah.
And then they look also at the industry, and they go, what's happening? Why are planes crashing? And they train us not to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's quite clever now. Yeah, it's quite clever. But yeah, with the storms, I mean, you don't... Yeah, I mean, I think last time they did a bit of strong crosswind practice, but the sim never flows like the aircraft anyway. Greg's asking, what 737? I flew the 700. Yeah. Tony's asking, I hope there wasn't a Finnair we get Mark Stand joke. You missed it, it came out this morning.
Yeah, you missed that one.
Yeah, the magic plane. The magic plane.
Oh, Jet 273 in the .com scheme. Touching down there. Not much moisture left now on 23 right with the 380 arriving. Still a slight dust in there, but nothing too drastic. Making the rapid exit here. Right in front of us here at the Manchester Runway Visit Park. Again, get yourselves down if you've got a spare couple of hours, ladies and gentlemen, in your local. Great place to kill a couple of hours. And don't forget, our next live show is going to be from here again with a bit of dual camera action. I'll have Handy on this camera, getting all the action from the airfield, and myself, I'll be up on the apron, getting all the pushback movements and all the aircraft getting turned around and stuff, so don't miss that. Normally live from around 9:15, 9 o'clock-ish. As soon as you see that stream advertised, make sure you click on it, click the bell, turn your notifications to all. That'll ensure that you don't miss a trick. And then I think we're back on sim duties on the Airliners Live Simulator channel. Not on Airliners Live anymore itself, but on the branch channel Airliners Simulator. On the Simulate channel, make sure you tune in to John on Monday from around 6 o'clock. Always a great show, nice lot of banter. Get the week started properly with John.
Amy's asking, can normal people have a go in a real flight sim? Yes, if you go to the Manchester Flight Sim Centre, where the Airlines Live office is, you can have a go on an Airbus or a 737. You'll probably see the lads there, because their office is there.
Yep.
And that's where I did a couple of sim shows with Fezza, where he scared me.
Yes.
But yeah, you can, if you look it up, I don't know, I'm sure Carlos Chestermark, someone could put a link in the chat, but yeah, if you click on there, you can have a go. And it's worth it, it's worth having a go.
Yeah.
It's good fun. Cheers, Greg. Oh yeah, Chris, I took his kids out to their first flight to Sharm.
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah, I remember that one. I remember you messaging me about that.
Yes. I think it was Chris who had the fear of flight, was it? Might have been Chris, I'm not sure.
Dan was asking if, is it true the flight deck aren't allowed to eat the same thing? Yes, it is. We have to eat different food in case one of us is taken poorly.
You're not a lover of all that food, are you, Mark?
Well, I mean, I did put pictures up of it in the VIP lounge on Facebook a while ago, so yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not good.
I've got to admit, yeah. There was one or two items of food and I actually didn't know what it was and stuff like that, like what even is that?
Amy's daughter Georgia's asked, where's my first ever commercial flight to? When I joined Australis, we did a couple of flights on the jump seat. The first one was to Bergen. My actual first time flying a commercial airliner was to Sharm el Sheikh and back. That was a long time ago.
Here's the Transavia 73 becoming pretty common now on these streams because KLM are actually using it on this lunchtime, stroke afternoon routing. So yeah, they're using it on this schedule.
And Steve's asking, will Fezza make a pilot, Mark? I really hope so, mate.
Mark knows, mate. The lad's just wasted.
He
Honest
is.
to God, he really is, you know. Like you said, Mark, you hit the nail on the head last stream, mate. Like, really, and it hit me actually, and I thought to myself, Fezzer actually jumps in each stream. Like, one stream he can be in a 7.3, or he can, and the next he can be in a 3.20, and the next he can be in like you say, an Antonov, and just his knowledge and stuff like that, mate. You know, and not many people could actually do that. You know, jump from one airframe, and well, totally different.
Yeah, I couldn't.
You know. And
Yeah.
his knowledge is just unbelievable. Me personally, it's no hidden secret. I think he's wasted me, mate. I think he's genuinely wasted.
Yeah. That's the problem, isn't it? It's so expensive. And,
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I really hope he does it one day. I really do. As long as I don't have to fly with him, not after what he did to me in the sim, but you know. But no, I really hope he does.
I bet for someone like you watching him, Mark, I bet you actually like thinking he could do it. He could actually do it.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Oh, without doubt. Without doubt. Yeah. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. If he was given the chance, he would excel.
Smash it.
But I'll never tell that to him to his face.
No, never tell him that. Never, ever.
I went to do did a video the other day with the boys, and every time I like mumbled me words or did something wrong, what I'd do is I'd have a little grump at Fezzer, so that Andy would know where to cut it.
Caught. Here we go. Looks like the Malta Air, one of the Ryanair subsidiaries here. Pass the touchdown. Malta Air Max 8.
Someone was asking what airline I fly for. We don't say that on the stream.
No. Don't disclose that.
No, you'll work it out. But yeah, we don't say it.
Textbook touchdown from the Malta Air Max. Made it look pretty simple there. Conditions are not too challenging for the guys in the flight deck today. All pretty standard and standard touchdowns today.
Yes, Carl, I have watched a couple of those cockpit casuals of the ferry flights. They're quite interesting. Yeah, I used to know a couple of ferry pilots and years ago, and they used to fly single-engine light aircraft from America to Britain.
Wow.
And I remember one of them was in a Cirrus, and the fuel cap had come off, and it had started venting fuel. And he I don't know whether he managed to get into Greenland or Iceland, I can't remember what, but he landed, and he had a few minutes of fuel left. And if you go down, in the ocean over there, most of the time they won't even bother looking for you.
Yeah,
it's game over.
You're gone.
Yeah.
Wow, in a Cirrus. Can you imagine that?
Stuff that. Smegers is asking, scariest moment. Being in the sim with Fezzer. That one's asking, is it true you need about 100,000 to train as a pilot? I think it's about 160 now.
Yeah.
Somewhere between 120 and 160 is the numbers I keep hearing.
Bank ain't going to give you a loan for that, mate.
They used to. HSBC used to do these career loans, and that's how a lot of people did it. But yeah, it's drying up now. Oh, apparently I'll know Rob. Do I? Okay.
Oi, you know me.
Oh.
Oi.
You'll have to come and say hello next time I'm in.
Don't I know you? Oi. There you go. Scattered clouds above Cheshire there. Just breaking the blue sky. So of course we've got the Virgin down there, Virgin 330 waiting to depart. Got a Malta Air there that's just arrived.
Randy's asking, is it common for a pilot to switch from Airbus to Boeing, depending on where he or she is needed? Yeah, it depends what airline you go to. Yeah, the airline I started off on a Boeing at Australia, and then when I got to this airline, I was flying the 737, and then swapped to the Airbus. So it depends on the airline and what they're flying. If if you're going, say you've been flying Ryanair 737, you go to Virgin, and you go on the 330, 350, then you'll have to do a conversion course. It depends on the
Stunning Egypt Air. Neo just touching down. This is a beautiful livery. This absolutely stunning.
Oh yeah, I trigger Robbie's now here because I had to tell them we had to tech stop. We had to stop off and get some fuel. That was a fun day out.
Aren't they all?
No.
Here we go. The stunning Egypt Air A321 Neo. Yeah, just vacating Manchester again. 23 right here in Manchester. This is a beautiful aircraft, Big fan of this. And I do believe they're going to be using this airframe now throughout the winter and stuff. They was using the 7.3 occasionally, but I think they've realised the capacity is pretty decent now on this route, so they're going to continuously use this airframe. Can't fault them, if I'm honest.
That's a nice colour scheme now.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good.
Looks great in the light.
There's only one. Barry Bidwell's asking, what's the minimal legal fuel load for commercial flights? Well, I'm possibly going to do a thing on fuel for the newsletter. Not this month. This month it's going to be SIDS and stars. But next month I was going to do fuel and explain fuel and planning and what you required.
Yep.
What you need your taxi fuel to taxi out the runway.
Yep.
You need your trip fuel, which is take off, go to the destination, make an approach and go around. You've then got your diversion fuel to your alternate.
Of course, bit of reserve.
You've got a little bit of reserve on there as well, contingency. There's various ways of calculating that. And then you have final reserve, which is 30 minutes on an Airbus.
All right, okay. That's standard, that, Mark.
That's standard. And every aircraft will have the final reserve. And if you think you're going to go in that final reserve, you put a Mayday out.
Here we go, Virgin 330 on the roll. Now that was a proper 330 takeoff. That shook the tower, that was fantastic.
Mr. Jingles is saying someone told him, yeah, I love Corfu. No, I don't. Louise is asking, what's Malta like, the airport? Yeah, it's good. It's good, nice long runway. It's a nice, easy approach. You just go in and there's no, it's never mega busy. It's just a nice, nice little airport.
So, like you say, Mark, with fuel, is some of the fuel down to your discretion, or a lot of it down to company discretion, or?
Well, that's what you legally go with, and that's what the company want you to take.
Yeah.
And then
is any of it left in your hands, or?
Yeah. You have like an extra fuel section which you decide how much extra you want.
Yeah.
So you've got people who will, on a nice day where there's no problems with weather and no expected delays or anything, go with absolute minimum fuel.
Yeah.
I won't.
Mm-hmm.
If the weather's horrendous, like Storm Agnes, I had to stop at Venice to pick more fuel up.
Yeah.
Because I wanted as much as you can. It's all about generating options. Where are you going to go? I came in Storm Dudley from Hurghada, and I filled the plane up, 18.8 tons.
Mm-hmm.
We came in with about 5.2, but we didn't have a good option to go. Gatwick was sort of all right, but it was getting worse as as we were flying past it, the wind was picking up.
Yeah. And
I heard there was one of our company planes from Geneva had a go around. We were listening on the second radio, but from London to see what was going on here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then he went and had another go. Then he went around and he diverted to Gatwick. But by this point, Gatwick's starting to get windy. And we came, and thank God we got in first time. But you need decent options. You need places to go. And sometimes you might need more than one. And there was one recently, there was an aircraft, it sat on the Aviation Herald. They went from somewhere into Geneva. The weather was horrendous. They went around. they diverted. They were going to Zurich where the weather was all right. Zurich then ended up with another emergency traffic, so they said they'll be holding.
Okay.
And they said to them, we suggest you try Basel. The weather at Basel was horrendous. They went into Basel. They tried to get into Basel, went around, and then they ended up, they were going to be in the final reserve, so they put out a Mayday, Squawk 7700, and they ended up going into Zurich on a Mayday. But they were in the final reserve fuel when they landed.
Wow.
Which, that's what it's there for.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But, they were just unlucky, and it was a bad day out.
Yeah. And that's exactly why you do carry out these things and stuff like that, Mark,
Oh, Fez is saying they're called fuel tanks, not air tanks. There's a podcast coming out very soon with a friend of mine called Peter Hertzberg. And he was the one who used to say, they're fuel tanks, not air tanks. And he's very, very funny. That podcast will be one to watch because he used to be a trainer on the Jumbo at Virgin. He used to do base training, teach people how to land the Jumbo. ALATC saying Matt's Mark Matt, Aero 0 to Hero FATPL course is 63,000.
Wow, okay.
What you'll have to do on top of that is stick the type rating on top of it, which is another 30. So yes, you can get an ATPL, frozen ATPL for 63 grand now. That's quite cheap. Yeah, Chris is saying BA 777. That was on a 7700 Squawk in Bahrain because it was holding to get into Doha. There's horrendous thunderstorms in Doha.
Yeah.
Wind was 49 knots at one point, and it was circling all round. I was watching it all occur, and it ended up diverting on a Mayday.
You don't want to see that final bit of reserve fuel getting low, do you, Mark?
No. I remember coming out Corfu once, and there was thunderstorms everywhere, and the FO was bringing it back. I had to take it down because it was the circle to land, and it was, it was barely on the limit. It was just below just above the minimum. It was just a horrendous day out, windy as you like. And he brought it back, and he put extra fuel on. I was like, yeah, happy days, stick what you like on. He put a reasonable amount of fuel on. Because of the storms, we ended up diverting. We ended up going to the north and out. I can't remember where we went all over the shop. And I'm looking at the fuel, and it's like, it's below 2 tons, and I'm like, hang on a minute, because we diverted so far. And it's like, it's loads of fuel, And we landed with 1.6, and that was that was the ton plus 600 to get to Liverpool. It was a Neo, luckily, and that was if we'd have had any sort of delay, I'd have had to do a call of minimum fuel, which would tell air traffic that we're all right at the moment, but any changes to this, and we're going to have a problem. But yeah, I must admit, it was. My backside was twitching like a rabbit's nose with that. Hang on a minute.
Bit too close to the... Too close to the bone. What's the weirdest scenario you've ever had to carry out in the cockpit, Mark? Or is that a trick question?
There was one during COVID. In December, we go down to Faro, and this bloke, older boy, he's 69, he wouldn't put his mask on, and everyone had to wear a mask. And the crew said, you've got to put your mask on. I'm eating. He said, look, you finished all your food. So he picked a Pringle up off the floor, stuffed it in his mouth, chewed it and spat it at the crew and told them to F off.
Wow, what the hell?
So we had to get the police to come and meet him on landing. Now the problem was, someone was dressed as Santa.
Oh, I wonder who that could have been.
And he had to get out the Santa's outfit before he could talk to the police. And the kids on the flight came up the front to see Santa, and Santa wasn't there. And the disappointment on their face was heartbreaking. Where's Santa? I said, I'm sorry, kids, he's had to go and feed the reindeers. And they looked so disappointed, so I was absolutely raging.
All for one idiot.
Yeah. I did a walk round Christmas Eve a few years back in Hurghada, dressed as Santa, and all the Egyptian ground crew were clapping and cheering and that.
Yes.
That was with a really, really good first officer who unfortunately has had a major stroke and is not very well. But he was a smashing lad. But yeah, that was a weird one.
Never a dull moment, eh?
No, not at this place. I remember going into Krakow once. Just after COVID, and it'd been fogged out for days, and no one had been getting in, no one had been landing, And I phoned up Ops and I said, where do you want us to go? Oh, well, give us a call when you land in Warsaw. So we put loads of fuel on and off we went. And, the forecast was horrendous and it was thick fog and you can't auto-land in Krakow. Anyway, we're coming in and this Ryanair went in front of us and I said to the lad, I said, we'll hear him back on frequency when he goes round. And when we get onto tower, we hear Ryanair turn left at the end and we sort of looked at each other and went, what? Anyway, they gave us the RVRs and it was what we needed, 550, 550, 550. And I sort of looked and I went, surely not. Anyway, we were coming down to land. We were ready to go off to Warsaw. Like I said, no one had landed for about 3 or 4 days. And we get the 100 above call. And I can't see anything out the window. Absolutely nothing. And just before the plane shouts minimum, I can see the approach lights. And it went minimum. I went, I can see the lights. And my mate looked at me and went, what are we going to do? We're going to have to land. Couldn't see the runway. Anyway, eventually the runway comes into view. And then the other problem is the runway's 2,500 metres long. And my visibility is 500 metres. So you couldn't look down the runway to flare the aircraft. You had to do it on field. Thank God we got a Greece River landing. And then all the engines had iced up, the blades had all iced up, so it was just... But yeah, we did.
Crazy times.
Yeah. Amy staff nurse asking if I've ever had an argument with ATC. No, I don't argue with ATC.
Not the thing to do, is it, Mark?
Because that's a pillock's trick and it's embarrassing to hear. I know people who've done it, I've heard people do it who I know, and everyone just sits there and thinks, you muppet.
Yeah. Don't forget, everyone can hear you on that frequency.
Yeah. Don't do it.
Did you read Mac 1's gifty out, Mark?
No, I didn't, mate.
Oh, so we had Mac 1 donating one airline is live gifting membership. Thank you very much, Mac. Hope you're okay, mate. Great to see you today. EasyJet is going to be our next arrival here at Manchester. This aircraft coming in from the other airport in Paris Orly. Flown into there, Mark?
Yeah. Yeah, it's better than de Gaulle. De Gaulle's a pain in the bum.
It absolutely is, isn't it? I've only been at PAX at Charles de Gaulle, and good grief, it looks like chaos.
Oh, it's just it's a horrible airport working of. That Andy is asking, what's the best spots to chill and grab a bite in Man Terminal 1? Well, before you go through security, there's a Greg's. That's all you need to know.
That's it. Steak bake, cup of cappuccino, you started.
Can't go wrong, can you?
Sausage roll, doom.
Greg's dummy for the win. There used to be a good burrito place in there, but it closed down during...
yeah, I think I know what you mean there, yeah.
Yeah, Barry's saying lots of Spitfire Hurricane pilots flew for miles with fuel gauges showing empty during the war, yeah.
Easy again there, making it look very easy.
Andy's saying you're very aware of that particular Greg's.
First name terms, man.
Yeah. So Louise is saying Greg's Crocs. I'm like, yeah, I've got a mate who's got the full outfit. I like the little holes in his Greg's because that's where your dignity seeps out.
Whiskey India on the edge of this arriving EasyJet.
Tony's asking when's me book's coming out. And my stories aren't that interesting. There's a mate of mine who's ex-Rhodesian Air Force. I keep nagging him to write a book. He's been shot down 3 times.
Good grief, you imagine that?
Yeah.
He must have some amazing tales, mustn't he, Mark?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's the one who went supersonic and did all the windows on in Amsterdam.
Bit of acknowledgement there from the guys in the flight deck.
Oh, yeah.
How you doing, boys? Good to see you. Awesome.
Daniel's asking, do we get free food on board or do we have to pay? We've got a thing called salary sacrifice. They take the money off you, but if you don't eat the food, you don't get the money back. So, yeah. Chris was asking, how did I find it converting from Boeing to Airbus? Yeah, it's very different. It's a very different philosophy. I had good trainers, so it wasn't that bad. But I was kind of glad to be off the 7.3 because I really didn't like it.
Yeah.
I was sad not to be on the 7.5 because I loved it. But again, when I was at Newcastle on the 319, we had we started off with just 319s. So when the 320 came, we were like, oh, okay, yeah, we prefer the 319.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. I much prefer the 390s to fly on anyway as a passenger. Thought they was absolutely awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice little aircraft. Oh, there's another Wookiee.
Another one.
Keith asking, have you ever found anything on your walk round you weren't happy with? Yes. Yes. I found a big bolt stuck in a tyre once. That was a wheel change.
Wow.
Yeah, I found a few things. Bird strike going in Lisbon, I think it was. It just hit by the pitot probe. I thought the aircraft would be grounded, but it was right in front of it, so I thought there's got to be bird in the probe, and that's a big job, and luckily, thank God it had missed. Yeah, occasionally you'll find things, and just get the engineers out and they'll fix it all. Andy's asking, do we have clips of our landing pass around the pilot group chats? No, not that I know of.
Have you ever noticed anything on a walk round which the last crew should have noticed, Mark?
No.
Other than, like you say, obviously a bolt in the tyre and stuff like that.
No. No, I don't think of anything springs to mind. I remember going out to 757 years ago in Banjul that just landed. I'm doing the walk round, and I got to the back of the wheels, and there's like a metal plate. It's like the foil metal plates you get when you're having party food.
Yes.
And it's stuck to the back of the brake pack, and I'm sort of looking at it, and I'm thinking to myself, what on earth is that?
That's not supposed to be there.
What's that? And then I hear this voice behind me going, oh, there it is. And it was the captain, who I knew quite well. I was like, what's going on? And it was a runway light.
No way.
Yeah, and what they'd done at Banjul, they were working on the runway, so they displaced the thresholds. They'd shortened the runway, and they'd put a new set of lights across, and they'd clipped it on the way in.
That could have been really bad, that, couldn't it, Mark?
Yeah, I was quite impressed with that one.
Wow.
Tony's saying there's a pilot on another stream who offers free drinks and snacks. So,
Hey.
Get his name, get his number, and get what you can off him.
Hey.
Jollops is saying the age of the 7.5s is scary, yeah, but they're well maintained, they're well looked after.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're actually all right because especially in the UK the requirements for maintenance and aircraft is so strict. You ain't going to get airborne if there's a problem. Again, that's on the fear of flying one.
Not only that, Mark, I think one of the genuine things for the carriers out of Manchester and UK wide really is there's just not enough aircraft.
Yeah.
They just cannot afford to take too many aircraft out of the fleet and stuff like that. Especially the workhorses like the 7.5 are. They're some of the graph they've put in over the years and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're overbuilt as well. I mean, now it's all about lightness and saving fuel, and this is why you're seeing. We had a 737-700. I think it was 6 or 8 years old, and they scrapped it.
Yeah.
And you've got 15, 14-year-old 319s being scrapped,
yes.
Whereas the 7.5, because it's so overbuilt, it just keeps going
and going and going and going and going.
Here's a good one, Mr. Jingles.
Oh yeah.
He says, Mark, I remember on the walk round you did on my flight, you found a bolt that was in the engine from it being built. Yeah, it was a rivet.
And
it was in the bottom of the engine cowl, and I found it was hanging out of the hole. I got the engineers out and they had a look. When they opened the engine cowl up, they found that it was from when it was built, and you couldn't get to it to get it out, but it couldn't go anywhere. It was the weirdest thing. He said, yeah, I mean, and I think the plane was about 12 years old, so that thing had been in that engine for 12 years.
Good grief. And what was it? Just a rivet?
It was just a broken rivet, yeah, where, they'd put the rivet in and it had obviously snapped.
Yeah, or like you say, or vibrated loose or something.
Yeah, and it was like the top had gone, so at some point it had just fallen back out the hole and just sitting there dangling. He said, well...
Wow, for years just sat there chilling. Yeah. Wow, that's mad.
Sasha's asking my favourite place I like to fly to. Geneva's nice, Santorini's quite cool. We talked about that earlier on the stream, about the volcano there. I like seeing Malta's nice. I like seeing the Sinai Peninsula.
When you do your stopovers with Australia, so where's your best place to do your night stays and stuff like
that? Accra and Ghana. Yeah, it was good. The hotel, when it was working right, it was all right. I had Discovery. I got into Mythbusters and stuff like that by watching that American Chopper.
Yeah.
That wasn't too bad. Sierra Leone, we were there a lot. I quite liked it. You weren't really supposed to go out because it was fairly dangerous, but it was good. I didn't like Banjul.
You got a favourite city, Mark? Other than Manchester?
Do you know, I've only ever been into Manchester once.
Really?
For me on work? I don't know, mate. I don't know.
Barcelona, I love Barcelona.
Oh, yeah.
Barcelona's just top class for me.
It's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're on the underground and stuff, and wow, that's just so much to do there for me. Like,
yeah, I've just been there flying in, from the air. I can't get over how big the place is. Yeah. It's just monstrously big, isn't it?
Jet 2 crew, just waiting for taxi instructions, I think. Meanwhile, we had EasyJet touching down.
Oh, Michelle Cohen's got a new job. Well done.
Hey, well done, Michelle.
Good on you.
Get in.
That Andy is saying he needs to get back to Barca. He wants to go to Barcelona.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
I could see there might be a Matt Cameron and Andy heading off for a little bit of streaming there.
I'll tell you what, mate, I'd go Barca tomorrow. You can get me on a plane now if you want. I'll go Barca. Tango Charlie on the ridge of the EasyJet A320. Just vacating Manchester Airport runway 23 right.
Have you and the boys got any plans to do any, like Arrecife streams again, or French Owls or anything?
Things are still in the pipeline as of yet. A couple of other destinations other than Arrecife, other than lands have popped up. So still in the mixing pot, should I say, at the minute.
Excellent.
But yeah, we are aiming to do something of that nature at the start of next year, hopefully, all being well. And I love them streams because it's just like something different. Good for me to get, like, us photographers who go and that, just nice to get some different shots. Nice to take photographs in the sun, actually.
Yeah. I thought Andy was talking about Fezzer, but he was actually on about Barcelona there. El Prat live stream. Melky's talking about flying it in a Cos. Yeah, that's a nice approach.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get to see Volcanic Island there. It's good.
So I think we are slightly in the low-coster time of the day, other than the Jet 2s and that. Got plenty of EasyJets and Ryanairs and Jet 2 small aircraft. But we're going to stick around and hopefully catch the A380 departing. That should be around 20 past. It's been rescheduled now, that. When they found out it was coming in late, they did schedule it for around 2:45. But that's now got a slot time of 20 past 2. Hopefully we can catch that. And also the Qatar 350 departing.
Ooh, yeah.
And I do think there's another Virgin 330 on the ground yet, which I think is the New York, the JFK flight to depart as well. So if we can capture those 3 departures, I'll be quite pleased.
Eric Lowe's putting £2 for a Matt Cam in Barcelona train. Get in.
Hey, you got to start somewhere, haven't you?
That's
Thank
it.
you very much.
It's a good start.
£2 train for the Barca trip,
That'd be good. Oh, Samuel Taylor Ackroyd's in the stream. Hello, mate.
Hey, he's had the headlow as well, Sam.
Oh, yeah, new haircut looks smart, doesn't it?
Airliner's live beanie coming in handy, mate.
Yeah, couldn't believe how much hair you've had trimmed. He said, how about a Charles de Gaulle stream if you're willing to get the licence for it?
There again, Charles de Gaulle, I'm not sure like the locations to actually film there. And
Tim's asking, are the pitot tubes heated? Yes, they are. On the Airbus, they come on automatically when you start the engines, or if you press the button if it's cold weather. 7.3, you have to put them on yourself. I think on the 7.5, I think you press a load of this 4 anti-ice buttons that you press, and I think they come on with those. I can't remember. It's 20 years ago now.
Yeah. Slept since, haven't you, lad?
Kieran's asking, when he goes to Lanza 3 times a year, he never has sinus pain, but he always has it coming into Manchester. There's a pressure difference. I don't know. I've not heard that one before. I've not known anyone. I really don't know with that one, mate. I can't answer that one. I mean, we went on our first family holiday a few weeks ago, and the wife and my littlest one suffered terribly with their ears on the way out, and on the way back it was better. But yeah, I don't know. If you're doing a quick descent and the pressurisation can't keep up, then yeah, it can change quite rapidly and you can get a bit of pain. But it's not normal into Manchester. It's normally, you're normally 20,000 feet just by East Midlands, and then you want to be at 7,000 feet just south of the airport of Dane.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're racing to get the height off. Designate 6361's asking in the Twitch chat, is there much difference between landing the joystick versus the yoke? Yeah, I prefer the yoke by a long way. It's a lot more control. Whereas the side stick, you are arguing with these committee of French computers, and it's a bit wallowing. You can get out of sync. Ian's asking, do I list all the individual aircraft I pilot? At the moment, it's just the 319, 320. I did name them all earlier. They're the ones I could remember. I might have left a couple out, but... Amy's asking, is it scary being a passenger as a pilot because she hates being a patient as a nurse? No, it's fine. I'll just sit there and go to sleep and let them get on with it. Oh, no, that one just taken off. That's EasyJet's newest 320 Neo. It's 5 months old, Liam Roscoe.
Hey. Get it zoom in if we can.
And he's asking how many noise complaints have I had from Doncaster. The only one who ever complains over Donny is Susie B.
I think she loves it, really.
Yeah, and I know if I'm going over, I'll always put the speed brake out just to let her know it's me.
Yes. Get that loser lever going.
Yeah.
Another EasyJet about to touch down here at Manchester. The noises, the din you might hear above our voices is, like I said before, they are having function at the Concorde hangar this evening, or I think this evening. So,
Ian said he meant by reg as opposed to types. Yeah, they're all in my logbook. So when you fly, you've got to keep a logbook of all your hours, and it's got to be up to date. So every flight you have the date of the flight, where you went from, where you landed, how long it took, the reg of the aircraft, and whether you were pilot flying or pilot monitoring on there. And you've got a little space where you can put any extras in, like, diverted or whatever, or grumpy passenger or whatever.
Yeah. EasyJet Europe car livery just touching now.
Oh, Kieran's saying thoughts on the new 737 Maxes. He flew on one yesterday and had an issue, like the computer wouldn't go off. Yeah, You're
not keen anymore.
No, I didn't like the 73. Apparently all the problems have been fixed. They've got more backups, more redundancy. Shouldn't have happened in the first place, but there you go.
Less said on that, the better.
Yep. Daniel's asking, does it take a lot of adjustment switching from first officer position to captain? Yes, it does. The things that are going to really throw you is the picture out the window's wrong, because the windscreens are angled. Oh, if you look on the 350, I think 380, the coaming, the dash is flat. But on the 320 it's not, so you've got like a sort of an arrow shape, and now it's reversed, so the picture out the window doesn't look right. And also the controls for your map, your EFIS displays, the buttons are the wrong way round. But then, again, you're used to left hand going forward and backwards and right hand going all over the shop, and now it's completely reversed. There was an incident at Luton years ago, the guy under command line training, where he was maxed out and he got under pressure and he pushed and pulled the wrong one and broke the landing gear.
Wow. That could have been costly, yeah. Was costly.
Oh, yeah. Big deal. Yeah, Samuel Taylor Ackroyd is telling me he's hoping to do cabin crew training. His girlfriend is doing it at the moment. And that is fantastic news.
Awesome. Get in there, sir. Here's the Vueling, right from Barcelona.
Jump on that.
Yeah.
Couple of spare batteries. I'll tell the missus you were kidnapped by aliens. You can have a couple of days in Barca and no one will be any the wiser. Pete's saying, do you find it awkward with the side stick when you're using your wrong hand? You do at first. It took me a few months to get used to it, but...
yeah, like I mentioned before, I'm predominantly right-handed, and I found it... believe it or not, I found it all right with my left hand. I didn't find it too drastic. It was all right. It felt okay, you know. Yeah.
Once you get used to it, it's fine.
And I was of that feeling, Mark. I was thinking, it's my left hand. It's not my common hand I use, and I was thinking, I'm going to absolutely blitz this landing here now, and yeah, it wasn't so bad actually.
Yeah. So the other thing is, I think helps is you're not actually moving it that much.
No, like you said, Mark, it's all like fine, minor adjustments here and there. And
we've got the armrest as well, and the armrest is a no-go item. If you can't adjust that armrest, or if it doesn't work, you can't fly the plane because you'll over-control it. You've got to have the armrest in the right place, and it is a bit of a pain. You keep fiddling with the flaming armrest and the seat and trying to get. You can never get comfortable, but
that's why I struggled on the braking and stuff like that. Like getting both my feet symmetrical. And
Designate's asking, when you take off there's a loud vibration noise. I don't know. Sometimes you get a shimmy off the nose wheel if the tyres are worn a little bit unevenly. As you get airborne, the wheels are spinning at 180 mile an hour, and if there's a little bit of imbalance you get a shake off of that, but I don't know. I mean, I very, very rarely sit in the back, so I don't get to hear it. At the front, we've got noise-cancelling headsets on, so you don't really hear it. Yeah, Peter's on about the 7407 SPs, the Syrian Air one. Yeah, I saw that a few times at Heathrow.
Yeah. They were so great, them SPs, weren't they? Fantastic.
Good, yeah, good fun. Matt one's asking if I've ever flown the Navajo. No, I haven't. Like I said, the Apache was great. Oh, right. Rob's saying, immediately after getting off ground landing gear doors, it's more from the front. As the nose wheel comes up, the main wheels have got brakes, so the brakes squeeze to stop the wheels, but the nose wheel hasn't got a brake. On the 7.5, they've got big metal plates, skid plates, so as the nose wheel goes up and it's spinning, it'll hit this plate and that'll slow and stop the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick one, quick thanks for your 6 months of premium economy membership to Regan Farmer. Good afternoon, I'm enjoying the stream so far. And it's good to hear that you are, Regan. Thanks for joining us, mate. Hope you're okay this Friday.
Jeff's asking if I've ever seen a UFO. No, I've seen satellites in space. Space debris is really cool, but no UFOs.
You see some cool weather though, don't you, Mark?
Yeah.
Some of the lightning pictures I've seen you send and stuff are just like remarkable, you know.
Yeah, you don't want to be too close to it though. Smeggs is asking what do you steer with on the taxi. You've got a thing called a steering tiller. Yeah, it's next to the side stick. It's always next to you on the Boeings as well, and it's like a funny little wheel. You just turn that. Oh, Louise Sylvia Wood. How many knots do you need to get up to speed and take off? Depends on the weight of the aircraft, the weather conditions, the runway condition, whether it's dry or wet or contaminated with snow, and the length of the runway. But it'll be over normally 120 knots. If it's light, it'll be near 120 knots. If you're heavy, it could be 140, 150. And if it's a really long runway, and there might be terrain issues, sometimes what you do, especially at Malaga, you use a thing called improved climb. So you go along the runway quicker, you take off at maybe 150, 160 knots, but you get better climb performance because you're going faster.
Okay, yeah.
But you'll put it in your computer and you'll work out all the numbers and that and go from there. Oh, okay. Designate saying this noise is not landing gear. It starts on throttle up and goes away once they throttle back after takeoff. I've no idea. Never heard it. There is a thing we were taught. There is a video Pilot Explains coming out about noises you hear on planes. We talk about the gears and the flaps and the slats. It's possibly when the flaps and slats are out, you get some buffet from the airflow around them. But also when you accelerate 1,000 feet, the nose goes down and you bring the power back. Now, if you know, some people just clunk the thrust levers back and the power drops off and the engines make quite a dramatic change. I try and wiggle them back slowly so it's less apparent, especially if you've got nervous flyers on board.
Yeah. So again, we're going to have a slight 2 minutes of a brief break in the happenings here at Manchester. Catch a breather.
Tim's saying on the ground you're steering with your feet. Not when you're taxiing. You're using this hand wheel next to the side stick that you steer the nose wheel with. But when you line up on the runway, then you steer with your feet. So the rudder pedals will control the nose wheel up to a certain. The steering wheel will turn the nose wheel more, but on the runway, the rudder pedals will turn the nose wheel slightly. And what happens is as you accelerate, the rudder becomes effective as the airflow goes around it, and the two blend together. So the nose wheel steering blends out, so it doesn't use it, and the rudder effectiveness comes in. You don't even notice it's happening, but the books say it happens. So. Malcolm's asking what actually make you lift off when you get to V1 speed. What you do is you pull back on the stick, and the elevator on the tail will move. And it will generate a downward lift force on the tail, which will raise the nose. And as you raise the nose, the wings give more lift because the angle of attack's increased, and then you slowly start to lift off. But it's actually the tail, the horizontal tail. If you're standing near the airport when you're watching them, you'll see it move, especially on the 380 because it's such a big pattern.
Right, well, we've got a quiet 2 minutes. I'm going to have a bathroom break.
Good man.
And hopefully should catch this Qatar, because should catch the Emirates and the other Virgin 330. Nothing pinging up as of yet with regard to those aircraft, but they shouldn't be too long, I wouldn't have thought. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Langston for 2 minutes. I'll leave you in his hands for 2 minutes.
Where's my joke book?
Yep, get the joke book out. Cross the ones out you've already told. And now we're back in.
Yeah. So Richard's saying the vibration he had was on a 747-400 a long while back as the plane took off and the gear went up. Yeah. I think with the 74 as well, it's got these triple slotted Fowler flaps hanging out the back, and you see them flap around and move quite a lot. Yes. Oh, am I still? Am I still? Yeah, I'm still working. Right, I thought I'd gone off there. Right, have a good day, Samuel. We'll see you when you get back. Right, Ian's asking what's the significance of V2. So we've got three speeds that you're interested in. V1, that's your stop-go speed. So before V1, you've got enough runway to stop. After V1, you haven't. VR, which is your rotate speed, so that's the speed you're going to take off. And V2 is TOS, takeoff safety speed. It's the safe speed to climb out. And you do your performance calculations on the computer. We used to use tables, and you want to really climb out of V2 plus 10. That's a safe speed to get you airborne. And if you've got an engine out, you want to be near at the V2, but it's a safety speed. Vibrations as the gear goes up. Yeah, brakes will slow the wheels down. There's a lot of, again, this new video that's come out explains it all. You've got all these sequence valves and uplinks that are being moved. The gear doors are going to open. So there's a lot of moving things going on there. Joanne's asking, great short explanation how planes fly. I think it might be a Pilot Explains one coming out. You see it quite a lot. How does that 380 get in the air? So we may do one of those soon. And Terry's saying, do I get many layovers? No, thank goodness. I did ask for some, but I didn't get any. Used to at my last airline, we used to do a week at a time. John's asking, what's the idea of a split rudder? Concorde had one. I think it's just redundancy, so that if you lose one system, the other one will still work. The Airbus has a split elevator. It's got, obviously, the panels on either side. They work together, but if you lose a certain hydraulic system or a couple of hydraulics, or you'll lose certain systems, that you'll still have one. You just have to be a little bit careful with the handling when you're in that sort of situation. As we found out when Fezza failed 2 of my hydraulic systems in the sim once. Mark, any reason why it's so turbulent over the Bay of Biscay? I don't know. I've not really had that much problems. The worst turbulence I ever had was going over the Pyrenees into Palma, I think it was. And any time there's a strong northerly breeze over the Pyrenees, it's going to be rough. And you've got to be on it, because you'll end up in a wave, and the plane will be going up and down, the speed will be going up and down. You're there with the speed brake trying to control it all, so it's not much fun. Seb's asking, leaps or PWs? Leaps. I was speaking to an engineer the other day about the PWs and the issues they're having. It's quite interesting. And PB477 is asking, have I ever tried landing on the Hudson River in the sim? No, but I've done it in the Thames in the sim. I did it out of London City. Bob's asking, have I been into Funchal? Only on the 7.5 many moons ago. I don't do it with this lot. Which suits me down to the ground, because, yeah, as you said, it can be quite airy there. It can be a tricky one if it's windy. And you have to download. You have to get the winds, and they give you 3 winds. They give you one at one end of the runway, Rosario, and one at the other end, which I can't remember what it's called, and one at the airport. And they've all got to be in certain limits. It's coming over the hill. It's not much fun. Oh, Rich has got this good question. I've had this one a few times. If a plane is on a super freewheeling conveyor belt, would it be able to take off? Yes, it would. With a car, you've got the wheels being turned by the engine. With the plane, it doesn't matter how fast that wheel goes, because the engines are pushing you in the air. Nothing to do with the wheels. It will still go forward, because the engines are actually pushing you through the sky. It's nothing to do with the friction on the ground. So with a car, no matter how fast you do the wheels, the conveyor belt will go backwards at the same speed, and the car will just sit there. But if you imagine you're standing on a skateboard and someone pushes you from behind, you'll go flying forward. And that's the answer to that one. Bevster, I hopefully never, because my nerves can't take another sim stream with Fezza.
You love it, really.
Yeah. Tim's asking, could do G90s fly the 380? No. They're still not powerful enough. I can't remember what the thrust is on the 380. I think they're about £70,000 each, and I think the biggest G90 is about 120 at the moment. And this is where they had the problem with the early 340s. When it was being designed, it was designed alongside the 330. And the engine manufacturers were supposed to make an engine for the 340, and no one ever did. So now they've got this plane there with no engines. So they just got a couple of 737 engines and uprated them a bit and stuck them on the wing. So that's why it was such an awful performer, because you've got a plane that's, not far off 777 size, and you've got £66,000 of thrust on the on each wing, which you've got the 767-300 had £60,000. It's a much smaller plane. So it was massively underpowered.
Next arrival is going to be a EasyJet A320 from Belfast, Flight 20 this. A quick check on the A380 time. Estimated now at 14:25. That's creeping off, so we'll keep our eye on that.
Seb's saying A380 is 2-stage thrust, doesn't when you go to take off, pal. With any jet airliner, what you want to do is you want to get the engine spooled up. So on the 7.5 and 7.3, you stand the thrust levers up to 40%, and you get both engines at 40. With the Airbus, it's 50. So you stand the thrust levers up, and the engines will spool up, and one might be slower than the other. On the Airbus, I didn't notice much on the Boeing, but you notice on the Airbus more, especially on the older CEOs. The engines will then spool up to 50, so now they're running, and then you can go into your flex or your togue or whatever you want to do. But you've got to stabilise the engines with some power on, because if you just slam them into togue and one spools up and one doesn't, you're going to end off the runway.
Yeah.
And controllability at low speed is difficult, especially, what they'll do in the simulator. Everyone thinks, high speed rejected takeoff's really tricky. Well, yeah, it is if you've got 125 metres visibility, but it can be more difficult lower down, because if they give you a failure and you stop at, say, 50 knots in a strong wind, the automatic braking won't kick in, because you're not going faster than 72 knots and the speed brakes won't come up.
Yeah.
And now you've got controllability issues, because you've got one engine producing loads of thrust, the rudder's not working, you've got nose wheel steering. So at lower speeds, it could be more difficult.
Did you see you happened to see the North Streamline yesterday?
Oh, what, on the South Pole?
In the South Pole. And
Yeah, mate, mine
how
went down there.
How would that go about, because surely you'd have to be really gentle on the braking system and stuff like that, wouldn't you? On ice and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, they take some a day to prepare the runway, because there was a mate of mine used to work for some outfit who took a 340 down there a few years ago. He was actually there when it happened.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you've got special procedures for when you've got contaminated runways. You want to get stopped fairly quickly. If it's contaminated, it's captain's only takeoff and landing. It depends how much the runway's cleared as well.
Yeah.
The runway might be cleared. And the other thing you've got to consider as well is snowbanks.
Yeah.
You've got a chart where they've cleared the runway, pulled the snow up. You've got to make sure you've got clearance. You're not going to dig the wing in, which is a bit of a pain. Barry's asking, is there a limit to the speed you can open the speed brakes? Nope, you can use them all the way throughout the flight envelope. The only time you can't use them is if you're coming in to land, you've got flat full out. You can use them up to flat 3, and then when flat full is out, they're inhibited. But then once you land, then they all come up anyway. Andrew's asking, worst turbulence I've ever experienced? Ooh, I don't know. I remember years ago, just after I'd finished my line training on the 757, we went to somewhere in Turkey, and we were actually, the captain ended up doing it. It was horrendous. Ended up going through a thunderstorm on final approach, and you're supposed to be going down at 700 feet a minute. We were going up, and that was with the gear and the flap out. It was just horrendous. And he was a Greek lad. He's a lovely, lovely man called Rico. He's unfortunately no longer with us. But he absolutely greased it, and I was sitting there like, mate, that's really good. Oh, okay. Seb's saying he knows about the 50% takeoff power. It has an extra thing once it is 80 knots or something. I don't know. I've no idea with that. I've not been on a 380, so I don't know. But I mean, we do a check, an airspeed check on the Boeing. It was 80 knots, and at the Airbus it's 100 knots, and that's between your low speed and your high speed range. Mm-hmm. And below that speed, you can reject for anything you like. Anything you're not happy with, you can reject. But after that, you want to be a bit more go-minded. You're only going to reject for engine failure, any fire, any ECAM, because the ECAM's inhibited. So stupid things like a fuel pump isn't working, you don't want to know at that point in the game. So it's inhibited until 1,500 feet. So if you get an ECAM above 100 knots, you know it's serious. And the other reason you'd reject it is obviously aircraft's unsafe or unable to fly.
Yeah.
But it doesn't affect the engine in any way, shape.
So, still around, let's say, what are we now, 5 to 2. Say another 45 minutes of the show to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to try and capture these last couple of heavies going out. Obviously, the A380 and the Qatar 350. And also one remaining Virgin 330, which is going to be the JFK flight. We're going to try and capture those 3 before we wrap up for today, if that's possible. The last Friday was brilliant because everything just streamlined out. As soon as I said, right, we'll end at this time, everything started moving. The 380 moved, the last 350 moved and stuff. So hopefully it'll be like clockwork again like that. So with a bit of luck.
Designate's got a good one here. Any rules if the captain and the FO has to do the takeoff land, it's just up the pilots? Yeah, there is. It depends on the airline, but if with my airline, if you've got more than 20 knots across, the FO can't do the takeoff or the landing. It used to be different. If the visibility is below 500 metres, the FO can't do the takeoff. Captain has to do it. If the runway's contaminated, the captain has to do the takeoff and the landing. And then you get funny airports like Santorini, where it's captain's only takeoff and landing.
Yeah.
Jersey in the Isle of Man, where it's captain's only landing because they're so short. Certain narrow runways, it's just because they're horrible airports. But yeah, there are certain criteria on a normal day. If it's foggy, obviously it's to be an auto land, so the captain does the auto land.
Yeah.
Or the plane does it, the captain is the pilot flying.
Yep. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, in this last 45 minutes or so, you've still got plenty of time to support this live stream. Keep the live streams free for everybody. That's the way we like to do it here at Illinois Live. If possible, just click that dollar symbol at the bottom of the chat there. That'll enable you to drop another gifted membership to another member of the community. Or alternatively, you can drop a super chat of any amount you desire. And just make sure you can afford it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't skin yourselves. Cheapest way to support the channel is just clicking that like, or one more alternative is follow the coffee links, which the moderators are kindly dropping in the chat intermittently. But if you can support myself and the channel, that'd be absolutely awesome in the last 45 minutes or so. Gratefully received every bit of support. And the Virgin 330 has incidentally, speak of the devil, it's pushed back, so that shouldn't be too long. Got this Ryanair about to touch down from Dublin, popular route out of Manchester. Only around a 35-40 minute maximum flight time for this route.
Seb said he's read the two-stage for the engine is only for the A380 with Trents and 330 Neos. And apparently Airbus have a page about it. I didn't even know about that.
Right.
So okay. There you are. Chris is saying best way to get a pilot's licence. Try and get a sponsorship if you can. They're very few and far between, but I think they will be coming more because there is a shortage. The other way is pay for it yourself, and you need very, very deep pockets. Paul's asking, would you reject below V1 for a wind shear warning? Yeah, if it's a proper full red wind shear warning, you want to stop. You don't want to get into that.
Yeah.
Chris is asking, why the US aircraft cleared to land where there may be 2, 3 or 4 on final? Is it land at pilot's discretion? Yeah, it's sort of like that. We've got a thing in Europe they've brought in where it's land after. So you can have a plane that's not yet landed. You need CAV OK and certain weather conditions, all of this, but they'll give you a land after. And as long as that plane's off the runway, then you can continue.
Seems to be a lot more complications though, don't they, Mark? I know the airfields can be slightly busier in the Americas and stuff, but there does seem to be a hell of a lot of incidents and stuff in America, don't there?
Yeah.
With regard to air traffic and discrepancies on the ground and...
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of the airports are so big, because there was one recently where someone crossed an active runway by mistake.
Yeah, I saw that,
yeah. It's... No,
like you said, them airfields are so busy, like you say,
yeah,
it's a huge operation and whatnot.
Seb's put a link in Discord. Thanks, mate. I'll have a read of that a bit later on and have a look. Ian's asking, he's sort of understanding ILSs, but can you give a brief explanation of VOR and RNAVs? Right, so the ILS, you've got again, this will be in this one of these next videos.
I can actually show you the last of the ILS thing here, if I can.
Yeah, you've got the transmitter at the end of the runway, and then you've got the glide slope, which is the tall red and white tower that's next to the touchdown point.
Yeah.
And they send out 2 signals. One's, I think, 80 hertz and 160 hertz, and they overlap. Yeah. And if you're in the middle, the indication is you're in the middle, and if you're off, it'll tell you to fly left or right.
Yeah, okay.
And you fly down towards the runway. Now, with the VOR, Manchester VOR is over at the other end of the airport, just to the right of that, where that Ryanair is, just by the windsock. Yeah. And it's a very high frequency omnidirectional range. But with your kit, it'll tell you, you can dial in a track to it, and it'll give you a beam bar. And if the bar's out to the left, you fly left, and if it's out to the right, you fly right.
Yeah.
You'll just fly towards the VOR. It's a non-precision approach, so it hasn't got any vertical guidance, where the ILS will give you a glide slope to the runway, the proper descent path. The VOR doesn't. So what you have to do is you have to look on your chart and say you start your descent at 3,000 feet at 10 miles or 9 miles, say. You dial in on the Airbus 3-degree glide, if that's what it is, or 700 feet a minute VS, and get the aircraft going down. And the pilot monitoring will read out what height you should be at each distance. So at 7 miles, we should be 2,700. 8 miles, you should be 2,700 feet. At 6 miles, you should be 2,400 feet. At this, and he'll read those heights out. And he'll also say you're 50 feet high, so you adjust it. So there's a lot more work involved, and you've got to obviously track towards it. With the RNAVs, it's using GPS and the onboard IRS systems, and it does include, or it can include, vertical guidance. You can do a VOR overlay using the kit on the plane where it will give you a vertical guidance. It'll generate it itself so you can fly down. With the RNAV stuff that's coming in now, you've got these new RMPARs.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And the newer stuff, it goes down to 0.3 of a mile accuracy, and you've got to monitor it, and it'll give you, you've got them in Funchal, where you can fly like an arc on to line up with the runway. And it'll put you, you've got the heights coded in the box, and it'll fly it's quite accurate. You've got them in Dubrovnik as well. A few places have got them now. And this is what they're talking about going, and the plan is they're going to have a box next to the runway that will take the errors out to make it even more accurate. And there is talk that they want to be doing auto lands with them at one point, so you don't have to have ILSs.
Yeah.
Because ILSs are expensive. You've got the kit, it's got to be maintained. You've got to have a calibrating aircraft come and calibrate them
Every so often, yeah, of course.
You'll see it, this diamond twin thing.
Yeah.
It'll be flying around calibrating.
Yeah.
Whereas RNAV, it doesn't need it. But yeah, maybe that could be a Pilot Explains video one time as well.
Get it wrote down, lad. Here's Giroux, the aircraft that took us on our jaunt down to Lanzarote last year. Now been fitted with the retrofit winglets as well.
Oh, they are flying architects saying they've got the RMP approved at Leeds East at last, and it's brilliant. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Here we are, Diamond Girl on the taxi out. This is the Virgin Atlantic 330, which is going to be carrying packs over to JFK, and that's followed up by the Transavia 73, as I mentioned before, covering for 73 of the usual 73 or E2 aircraft of KLM, covering flights at the minute. I do believe they are struggling for 1 or 2 aircraft at the minute, KLM. So
I wonder if it's got anything to do with those engines.
I wonder.
The last few times I've been at Barcelona, there's been an awful lot of Vueling Neos parked up,
yes,
with no engines or taped up engines.
Yeah.
And the E2's got the same engines, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Flight control check being carried out on the Virgin there, going through the hydraulics. One's to the right, one's to the left there on the tail.
It's a lovely aircraft, that 330.
Beautiful, isn't it? And again, I think the... who normally does that, Mark? Is it normally skipper first and then FO or...?
Pilot flying. So whoever's flying will do the control check first, because you'll do the rudder, because you've got there's a disconnect button on the nose wheel tiller, the steering wheel. So when you do your flight control checks, and then you'll go rudder, press that so it disconnects, so you can press the rudder pedals without steering the plane. You'll do it, and then once you've released, whoever's pilot monitoring will then do his flight controls, but he won't do the rudder because he's got his feet on when you do yours.
Absolutely, okay. And we'll have a quick 380 check. We'll have a progress check on the 380, see if that's playing ball.
Whiskey Sierra saying if you've got the speed, would they speed brakes extend if armed and you descend and end up flying faster than the set AT speed? When the speed brakes are armed, it's for landing.
Yeah.
Once the one wheel's on the ground, speed's more than 72 knots, one of the engines is at idle, the speed brakes will come up when the ground sensors are made.
What's the maximum height you're deciding on your speed brakes there, Mark?
You can use them all through the flight envelope.
As you said before, but when are you normally thinking, you might have to... I don't want to, obviously I don't want to, but I might have to pull that lever in a minute,
You've got to be careful at height because they take a long time to retract.
Okay, all right.
if you end up in a shear or something at high level and you end up in the overspeed, then you wind the speed back and the auto thrust does it. If it's bad, then yeah, you pull the speed brakes, but you've got to be careful. Once you see the speed trend arrow going down, stow them quickly.
Yeah.
Because it can take 30 seconds for them to
For them
close.
to actually kick in, yeah.
Yeah, and you don't then want to end up in a low speed bit. But most of the time you'll use them as you're getting near the airport. You'll get an ATC, will give you a shortcut. You're now a bit high, and you know, especially at Geneva, Fezzer calls it the Geneva lever.
Geneva lever.
Yeah, you get them.
I've heard it's practically impossible not to use it there. You know, off of one or two pilots.
Yeah,
impossible.
Yeah, sometimes you can get away without it, but it depends when they cut you in. Sometimes they cut you in right close to Schumacher's house.
No
yeah, that's it. You're like, oh, here we go. I mean, I went in there once, I had to chuck the gear out to get it down.
Wow.
And Flying Architect's going to put the Manchester approach plates up on Discord to show the ILS and the VRDME.
Oh, yes.
That's cool. Another gifted membership.
Yay. Let's have a look.
Duncan's asking why I said the Isle of Man was a horrible airport. It's just because the runway's so short. The weather can be quite choice. And also on 08, the ILS is offset, so it's not actually lined up with the runway. It's a very strange thing. An ILS is designed to put you at the touchdown point.
Yeah.
And it can't because it's offset, because you've got a terrain and a hill in front of you. So it's actually offset. So really, you'd be better off maybe with a VR and RNAV. But you know, once you get visual and you decide, I can land it now. It's quite disconcerting because you've got to disconnect the automatics. You've got to take the flight directors off, and you've got ILS indications which are lying to you. The glide slope works, but the centre line, the localizer, is now way off.
Yeah, it's way off.
Yeah, and you've got to visually fly this thing down.
Again,
to the
that
ground.
must mentally throw you a little bit, you know?
Yeah, you've just got to try and ignore it. But yeah, it's a very, very short runway, and yeah, I like long runways.
Yeah, at least you've got plenty.
Yeah, Seb's right there. Number one rule flying into Manchester: only stick speed brakes up over Doncaster.
Yep.
That's it.
Standard procedure.
That's it. You've got to wake Susie B up.
Make sure she's up.
Yep.
Here we go. BA shuttle service. Third one of the day. Just touching down. Absolutely greasing it onto 23 right.
Tony P, Garage MC's here.
Hey, welcome in, Tony.
He's asking if I've still got the collection of bikes. Yeah, I've actually found them because the wife gave me a hand last couple of weeks to clean my garage out, so I managed to dig a load out. So we're about halfway there, but yeah, there's quite a few there.
Tony's more of a mountain biker at the minute.
Oh,
I think,
no,
Tony.
he's got some lovely... I love the picture of the old bike he put up the other day, you know, from back in the 80s or whatever.
Yeah, getting back into it now, big Tony P. Hope you're enjoying it, mate. And the last gifted membership was from Graham Hill once again. Thanks for your continued support today, Graham. Brilliant support, mate, with another Airlines Live gifted membership. Thanks a lot, mate. And I think the Virgin Atlantic, maybe, or the Ryanair's lined up first, so got a Ryanair lined up for departure, and then I think it's going to be the Virgin. And guess what, ladies and gents? Got another Aer Lingus pinging up as well, Aer Lingus 330. That should fill the bit of a filler for us. Got a Pad Aviation Embraer Phenom 300 is going to be the next arrival. This Ryanair on the roll is going to Beauvais in Paris.
Louise is saying, give us a wheelie. I used to, when I was a flying instructor, I used to wheelie the 152s down the runway. You land and you keep a bit of power on to keep the tail working. And I used to wheel it down the runway to show the students where the nose should be on landing, to get the picture right. Because, especially if they were landing it a bit flat, because you've got to protect the nose wheel. And the poor old chief flight instructor, she used to do her nut because, you know, like, why you stop doing it? Sorry. But yeah, if you got it right, you could get it in a nice smooth touchdown at the beginning of the runway. Keep a little bit of power on, just a trickle, just to keep the airflow over the tail, to keep it flying. And then, wheel it down the whole length of the runway, and you know.
Pretty fast taxi from this Speedbird.
Birdseed.
Go on, Nigel, race back to that terminal, mate.
Ollie's asking, what's the worst thing about landing at Manchester?
Landing at Manchester.
The 4-hour drive home. Yeah, definitely the 4-hour drive home at the end of my week.
Yeah, I bet you that's not great, mate.
Yeah, Manchester's all right, actually. It's like we said many times on here, if the wind's coming over the terminal from sort of northwest, it can be quite lumpy.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, it's a good airport, actually. It's all right. Nice long runways. Their traffic's spot on. You know, they're really good here.
Yeah.
It's a good airport.
They do keep things moving awesomely.
They are
guys
good.
in the tower, you know.
Very proactive. Yeah, very, very good.
There we go. Here's the Pad Aviation Embraer. Just touching down. Not quite making the hump there. Not many of these biz jets do actually. You do see a lot of the biz jets trying to make the hump, but not quite making it there by a few feet.
Is that the one that's based here a lot of the time?
I think this is an ex-Air Hamburg, this one.
Oh,
I
okay.
think so. But we did have two based here, correct? Yeah, I think it was Romeo Oscar Romeo Alpha, I think, was the one that was based here. But
Ken's asking, is there a fly drink limit for pilots, and how many hours or days prior to a flight can you drink beer? There is. I don't drink, so
don't apply to Mark.
Don't apply to me. It used to be 8 hours bottle to throttle. I think it's up to 12 now, and that's for a little sesh. If you're having a proper sesh, you need to give it a day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mr. Jingles, of course. Yeah, I missed out the fact that Manchester has the best handling agent. It does, and the
course.
DHL guys are absolutely first class who we use. You know, they're short staffed and they do such a good job. Yeah, it's they really are, you know, first class. And I'm normally getting a stream of abuse off some of the lads there. You know, Andy's there. He's an Airbus fan. He's normally griefing me. And normally Graham and Nick will be messaging me. They sometimes come on the chat and ask stupid questions. They normally get blocked quite quickly. But no, they're great. The DHL guys are fantastic in this airport.
Here we go. Virgin Atlantic Airbus A330 departing Manchester 23 right for New York JFK. Again, another fairly reserved departure from the 330s. Normally get a huge rumble from those guys, but not happening today. But all the same, looking great.
Ian's asking about ATC. Are there places which get on your nerves, even if you can't name them? Not so much get on your nerves. There's certain places where you've got to be a little bit more cautious, especially if you ever see on the 80s controller on the job training monitored.
Yeah.
Because it's controllers under training. Like I said, Malaga's steered me towards hills twice and then forgot about me. When you come out of Sharm and Hurghada, when you talk to the en route controller, the first one, the frequency is just carnage. Really? Like people just chat, rap, you know, it's very difficult to get a word
Hard to
in.
concentrate and
Yeah. Palmer Ground in the summer used to be horrendous. I think they've got digital clearances now, which makes life a bit easier. But I remember at one point was it the Eurowings? There was a group of, I think it was the German Eurowings, were arguing with the Ryanair guys about who asked first, and in the end the controller just went, right, that's it, this frequency is now closed.
Really?
And he just went off. He just left it, and about 5-10 minutes later someone else came over and took over. He just had enough of it because it was just that. Yeah. And then this poor bloke had to then try and clear the backlog of all these people. It was just carnage.
It must be bad if you just thought, right, let's let my headset's going off, bang, done.
Yeah, he just thought, I've had enough. This frequency's closed. That was it.
That's drastic, that, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah.
Cool. Second busy in succession to touch down here at Manchester.
Joanne's asking for you and me, Matt, do our partners share our love of aviation?
No.
Oh.
Nope.
Go on then.
It's not something that Heidi really likes, to be honest. I think she enjoys the peace when I'm down here, but that's just about it.
Yeah, my missus has only been on she's been on a light aircraft once when I was an instructor, and we had her first family holiday the other day. She likes coming here with the kids and watching them go. But yeah, she's interested, but you know, she wouldn't sit here in the rain spotting like Matt does.
No chance.
Oh, Colin's saying when he was in the police, the breathalyzers had different settings, whether it was cars, boats, and airplane settings.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, because the legal limit for
It's different, yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's different for aviation.
Message in the cockpit. Brakes on.
Yeah, Jack's saying his first PPL instructor used to put put the trim out, and then say put it all back again, and used to call me mad. But yeah, it's a good way of teaching. That's the thing when you're flying aircraft, you've got to get it in trim. You've got to get it trimmed out, get the loads off the control column.
Yeah.
And you know, when you're instructing, that's one of the things you have to spend a bit of time making sure people can do really well. Because once the aircraft's trimmed, it's a lot easier to fly.
There's the Transavia 7.3 standing in for KLM airframe there. As I may have mentioned before, that brought my mate home last week on the Delta connection from Amsterdam.
Did you get a postcard?
No.
Hmm.
And he said it weren't too great on that Transavia, to be honest. Slightly dated.
Yeah. Rob's saying he went into Rome on a supernumerary. There's a huge storm. The ATC gave me a headache after landing. Yeah, certain places ATC, it can be hard. It can be
to
hard
be
work.
desired.
Yeah.
There's another EasyJet about to touch down here. This EasyJet coming in from Enfida, Tunisia.
Talking about light aircraft, I remember years ago we used to, if there was a strong wind up at height in a 152, you could get up into the wind and slow down, and on the GPS you'd have 0 ground speed.
Oh yeah,
and then you'd get going backwards. If the wind was strong enough and you could slow it down enough, you'd go backwards. Yeah, you could go backwards. You have to be quite high in a strong wind to do it, but that was always good fun. You couldn't do it in a jet aircraft because then you'd have a receding airline. But yeah, you can do that in light aircraft. You can make them fly backwards. There's some good ones of Piper Cubs and that doing it. Taking off into a strong wind, flying backwards and landing back where they just took off.
Yeah. Still requires a bit of skill, though. That.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Hotel Echo just touching down here at Manchester, as I mentioned, from Tunisia. And I think it was Seb who mentioned they're removing all these removing all the Neo titles now from the EasyJet.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. I didn't hear that one. Oh, Diane's loving the show. Great chat and bad jokes. Excellent.
Yeah. So what more could you want on a Friday?
Oh, Mr. Jingles is waiting for this one coming in.
Uh-huh.
Get it turned. You'll have to message me, Mr. Jingles, and tell me who you are. Yeah, fun things to do. I'd ask the pilot how often do these things crash. Just once.
Yeah.
And Tom and Anne have gifted a free membership.
Hey,
Yay.
Thanks a lot, Tom and Anne. Thank you very much for your support again today. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Ryanair. Rotating from 23 right.
Duncan's asking, if you land take off the Isle of Man jet or ATRs, do they have more problems than the jets? The thing is with an ATR, it doesn't need as much runway to land and take off on, so it's less of an issue. But with the jets, it's more critical. Same with Jersey, you have to work out your landing performance before you even take off.
Yep.
And you've got to make sure that you can land, because personally I think they're a little bit too short for this size of aircraft.
EasyJet there, nicely done. As I mentioned before, you do get a lot of the low-costers coming in at this time of the day. But it's just about busy enough to justify carrying on the stream till the next couple of heavies depart. Of course, we've got an Aer Lingus on the ground that's just been pushed back. Aer Lingus Airbus A330, that'll be the next heavy, more than likely to leave Manchester. We'll have another quick update on the 380 as soon as Whiskey Alpha is taxi past us here.
Dan was asking, do you notice a different on aircraft the same type with different engines? Yeah, 319's reasonably responsive, but that's more at the flight controls rather than the size of the aircraft rather than the engines. These CEOs that's taxiing off now, they're quite sluggish, a bit wallowy. The Neos handle reasonably well. Again, that's down to changes in the software. But with the bigger, heavier engines, you do notice a little bit. I always add a bit of speed on landing because they can sort of run out of speed a little bit quicker. You don't really notice anything. It's more down the flight controls than the engines. Now, Tim's asking, what's the trim wheel control? So, it's normally elevator trim. You've got your tail. If say you take off in a light aircraft, you're climbing out, you don't want to sit there holding that stick back because you're going to get tired and you're going to get bored.
Yeah.
So when you move the trim wheel, it moves a little tab that aerodynamically will keep the elevator in the position that you want it. So you put the trim in until you feel like you're not pulling anymore, and then you sort of have a let go. Yeah, that's right. You get rudder trim, you put that in when you've got an engine out. So say on a twin engine aircraft, you lose an engine, it's going to turn into the dead engine because one engine's pushing and one's not.
Yeah, of
and
course.
one's dragging in effect. So you put a big boot of rudder in, and when you've got airborne and you're satisfied, you put the rudder trim in and it'll keep the rudder where you want it. But at all points, you've got to keep the aircraft in trim. The Airbus will elevate the trim automatically. The Boeings, you've got an electric trim on the control column.
Here we go. This is the A330 I was talking about briefly before. It's got the Lauda A320 touching down in the back of shot there as well. What?
Louder?
What? What?
Louder. Shh. There's a question here asking about 380s. Why we never see Singapore, Korean, or Asiana here, but you do at Heathrow. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a funny airport, Manchester, because you don't get any Americans anymore coming in.
No.
We used to have American Airlines in, didn't we? And
it makes you think what's gone wrong there, doesn't it, Matt?
Yeah, I don't know.
Something's gone wrong there. For the American carriers to not come back, I think there's more to it than I'm just. I don't know. I know there's a few like connections and stuff, and it's just very surprising that none of the American carriers, like you say, have decided to come back. Very odd.
Oh, Seb's on about this Titan 321. Yeah, they had some windows, the outer pane windows.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, they've done some filming. They had these mega. I've seen a picture of these lights, these great big bright lights, high, like halogen lamps, and they heated the plane up, and it melted the bonding on the windows. And not long after takeoff, the outer panes fell out.
Go, Aer Lingus of the A320 right in out, just rotating off Manchester's 23 right, heading back over to Dublin this aircraft. Gear up.
Carl's asking, do you find and use a specific aircraft having funny little foibles? Yeah, there's this.
He's thinking about that.
Yeah, how to diplomatically word this. There's one aircraft that's had a couple of tech issues, and the words got round, and people are like, "Oh, it's that one again," and you're like, "No, it's not. It's fine. it's just Chinese whispers."
There's rumours about, the old Ryanair, was it like the one with the Dreamliner livery? And that was supposed to be the runt of the fleet.
Oh,
never in the air, and stuff like that. And, yeah.
Apparently that EasyJet Carrot one, that was an old knacker. There was loads of, they had windscreen go on, it had loads of problems with it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, eventually they painted it back into normal and everyone forgot about it. Andy's asking, why does Boeing have a manual trim, not automatic? Well, you've got electric trim. You've got trim wheels on the 7.3, and you've got an electric switch on the control column. You have on the 7.5, and you've got on the 7.5 there's two little levers or two little buttons. We had both. It's because Boeing they used to have this philosophy where the pilot is in control at all times. And with Airbus, it won't let you crash it, it won't let you stall it, it won't let you do this. And Boeing said, no, actually, there may be a scenario where you do need to overstress the airframe. And they had a 330 crash testing years ago at Toulouse, and they were saying if they could have overstressed the airframe, they would have saved it. But because the Airbus wouldn't let them do it, I don't know how much truth in that or not, but Boeing always give you final control. Yeah, Ian's saying gliding instructors were saying airlines pilots weren't great because they used the rudder pedals for footwest. When I was instructing, I used to teach the students when they turned, lead in with a little bit of rudder and use the rudder in a jet. You don't want to touch it. No. You use it for crosswinds, you use it for the takeoff.
And that's just about.
Yeah, you use it for engine out, but yeah, you don't mess about with the rudder in flight, especially at height, especially at speed. You don't want to push it. It's a big bit of metal, and when you do move it, when you do control checks, I do it really slowly. One of the FOs, cheeky little git, he times me.
It'll respond as well, won't it? That thing, it'll respond.
Yeah.
That, you know, it won't just like it's not subtle.
It's a big bit of metal, and he times me when I do my rudder check because I do it so slowly, and I'm like, look, that's a big bit of metal. You don't want to be stamping on it.
Yeah. I think we're just waiting for pushback clearance for the 380. Chocks are still in place, but I think the chaps there, the ground ops, are waiting for their cue to remove the chocks from the 22 sets of landing gear there is on the Air 380. Shouldn't be too long now. I don't think they're all stood there prepped and primed and ready to remove those chocks. As soon as that happens, we should be seeing the 380 getting pushed back very shortly, I would have thought.
Now Jack's asking about, have we covered the light aircraft at Blackpool? Yeah, we mentioned that.
Yeah, we mentioned
that.
The car
park there, mate. Moffat West asking, have I ever accidentally broken something in the cockpit? A switch, lever, cup? Yeah. Normally one of the switches on the transponder, because you switch that up and down quite a lot, that works loose. It's only held on by a grub screw, and that normally comes off.
Right.
What else? The sun visor in front of you is a normal fail thing. It's not the best thing. It normally flops around and you have to sort of dismantle it and try and tighten it all up. But no, generally they're pretty well put together. You don't generally break it too much, which is comforting.
So we've got another Ryanair Max about to land. Then we've got the British Airways. Then we've got the Aer Lingus 330 for JFK ready to depart. Obviously, we're just waiting for the 380, which shouldn't be too long, I'm hoping now. And we're obviously waiting on the Qatar as well, which is still showing a departure slot of 2:05. That ain't happening, Qatar, that ain't happening.
Do you know the reg of that 380? I can't see it clearly.
The reg of the 380 is Echo Oscar Golf.
Oscar Golf. I'm just going to have a look and see if it's got a slot. It hasn't got a slot. Okay. It should have gone 8 minutes ago.
Yep.
Yes, it should be very soon.
Qatar? Qatar is Alpha November Oscar. Alpha 7.
Let's have a look. Again, that should have gone 9 minutes ago. It's got no slot, so.
Okay. Near slot, near going slot. Anywhere. And as it looks there, those lads aren't in much of a rush, I don't think. So, as I say, I don't think we'll be too long for. I don't think we'll be a great deal long for the thing there.
I've put it on alert, so if once
Oh, is this a Ryanair? I think this is a Ryanair with a beacon thingy on the top.
Oh, it's stuck on, isn't it?
Yeah, the beacon's stuck on. I think this is one we're seeing on Andy noticed on Sunday.
Oh, okay. Well, that's weird, isn't it?
There you go.
Again, you've got a procedure. If that flashing beacon isn't working, you've got to use the strobes instead, and the ground crew have got to be aware. And you know, it's.
I do actually think it's beaconing, but it's just permanently on. But
Really bright as well. These the new generation lights are so bright. And he's asking, have you ever left Fezzer in the window for your grown-up friends to find? I left Fezzer in the window accidentally once, and he was found. And now they binned him, so I had to make a new one.
Oh, how dare they? Honestly.
Seb's asking if you spill your coffee over any switches, will that cause big issues? Yes, it would. I don't drink tea or coffee in planes, but they have had it at Gatwick that when the cabin crew bring the drinks in, they're supposed to go round behind you to the window and pass it in that way. And they had one at Gatwick where they dropped a cup of tea or coffee onto the centre console. And the engineers said afterwards that if they'd have done it in flight, the plane would have, you'd lost the autopilot autothrust, it would have dropped into what was called the emergency electrical config. And yeah, it would have been a really bad day. It's going up well, isn't it?
Really steep climb from the VA. Steep and early.
Ian's asking, is the APU ever used in flight? Yes, if you lose an engine generator or an engine, then you would start the APU to give you electrical power. If you could possibly use it to restart an engine in certain circumstances, I think. But yeah, if I had it once going out to Antalya beginning of this year. We got past Amsterdam and one of the engine generators failed, and we tried resetting it, it wouldn't have it. So we started the APU because you want to have two gens, because if you lose the other one, you're into, again, this emergency electrical config, and it gets very boring because you've got to hand flight, you've got no flight guidance, no auto thrust, you can't stay at the height, you've got to descend, it's just a nightmare. Yeah. So you start the APU, unfortunately it's going to burn some of your precious fuel running it, but you know, luckily we had extra fuel.
Here we go. Next heavy departure is going to be the Aer Lingus A330.
Oh, Emirates have missed their slots. They've had to ask for new one, missed their departure slot.
No problem. Now we'll concentrate on this 330 for now. Here we go. Enjoy this, ladies and gents. Heavy old 330 that going over the Atlantic off to JFK. Fairly heavy departure that.
No, thanks Graham. Yeah, no, not at the moment. Hopefully in the new year I'll be back. I noticed that 330 with the Virgin one, its tail got very close to the runway.
Yeah.
And that one seemed to rotate a bit slower.
What did I record the other week, Mark? I think it was the World to Fly 330.
Oh yeah.
Good grief, that really did like.
Yeah.
On the odd occasion I thought, wow, that was really close, you know. Let's have a look here.
Barry's asking, can you bump start engines?
Chocks are removed.
Oh,
chocks are removed on the 330.
Let's have a quick look.
What's Barry saying, Mark?
Barry's saying, can you bump start engine in shallow dive? Yeah, you've got in-flight restarting. You've got an envelope and a window, but you've got to be going quite fast so that the airflow will turn the engines and then you just add the fuel. But the thing is, your jet engine is so reliable. It's very, very, very rare for them to fail for any reason, and let alone to fail for a stupid reason where you can restart them.
What's the most common failure, Mark, on the engine? Other than like you say, the common burst strike and stuff like that. What's the main failure point?
It's normally an oil problem.
Okay.
It's normally a problem with the oil pump or the oil filter or loss of oil.
And obviously that's not down to maintenance. That'll be just down to maybe something that's happened in flight or something like that. Or
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very rare. I mean, these Pratt and Whitney ones, they're still having problems with. You know, I just talked to Matt about it earlier. There's a problem with one of the bearings not got enough lubrication. There's a problem with the combustion chambers running a bit too hot and the ceramic coatings coming off.
Yeah. Makes you wonder how some. I know they obviously pass, but how they've passed certification with some of these little minor faults on them.
Yeah,
and stuff,
it's weird. I don't know. I mean, you know, you can test it on a test rig as much as you like, but when you're out in the real world, it's a little bit different.
Test.
Yeah,
that's the real thing.
Yeah, and again, some of these, I know Indigo Airlines had problems with their early ones, but you know, they're flying them out of. They're not grass strips as such, but there's a lot of dust and particles in the atmosphere that are going to, you know, the engines, the new ones, these Neo engines, they're quite delicate. Yeah. They're not like the old CFMs that you've got on that thing there.
They don't like any mucking about and it's too dirty. And
yeah. They've, you know, I mean the LEAP, leading edge aviation propulsion apparently. Yeah. When you start it, if it's still reasonably warm, it'll motor for a minute to equalise the temperatures before it'll actually start. Whereas the CFM, you just start it.
Start it and then... Poof.
Yeah, the RB211, you know, just start it. You know, there's none of this motoring. I think when the Pratt & Whitney one first came... Oh, the Emirates is pushing.
Yeah, we're on a push now for the Emirates.
I think when the Pratt & Whitney first came out, it was taking 6 minutes per engine to start.
Wow.
And there was a load of other little issues. And I know Qatar stopped deliveries at one point, their 320s. And, you know, Al Baker threw his toys out the pram and said, I'm not having this.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're quite... You know, you've got to be a little bit cautious with them. But, yeah, I mean... years ago, the engines weren't as reliable. There's a friend of mine, he used to fly the TriStar. He had 3 engine failures. It was always the number 1 engine.
What an aircraft, though, that was.
Fantastic aircraft, yeah.
So, 380 is pushing back. We've got an EasyJet entering the active runway. I'm just going to have a quick check, and I may ask Mark to see if there's a slot on the Qatar by any chance, Mr. Langston.
Right, let's have a look. In Qatar... It hasn't got a slot issued. It's still saying it should have gone at 16 minutes ago. It's not been updated. Okay. So
we'll give it till the A380 taxis out and whatnot, and we'll decide whether we're going to call it a day there or not next. But we'll obviously we'll capture the 380. We'll see where the Qatar is up to by that point, and if it's nowhere near, then we might just call it a day there. Had a good 4 hours, so it's been a really enjoyable stream. Picked up loads of knowledge from Captain Mark. I hope you all have as well.
Plenty of good jokes as well.
Yeah, 1 or 2, you know, not them all, but 1 or 2, I'll give you that.
Richard's saying he was on an America West 320 and there was some oil on the apron. They took off from LA and 20 minutes in there was a proper bang and the port engine just stopped. Yeah, that sounds like an oil issue.
Very familiar,
yeah. You got to think those engines, they're spinning round very, very, very quickly, and if you don't get enough oil in there, then
there's going to be problems.
They stop very quickly. It's a big bang. But yeah, it's very rare, and you know to do an in-flight restart is very, very rare. Ian's asking TriStar number 1 engine. No, I think the number 1 engine is always the left one. So on the TriStar, I think number 2 was in the middle, and number 3 was on the right.
Ah, okay. Some aircraft there was, you know.
Yeah, lovely bit of kit.
And as I mentioned before, that din you can probably hear intermittently in the background of myself and Mr. Langston talking. There's a function going on in the Concorde hangar this evening. It's in them setting all the drum kits up, and looks like they've got a full band going off in there this evening at some point. So not sure what's happening. Looks very busy in there. And
yeah, Saffron Servants put a good one up. Concorde also required a debo on starting the engines to straighten them out if they've been shot down for a short period of time. I do remember about that, because the temperature's involved. Yeah. And the way, because they had to redesign the engine because it was off the Vulcan originally, they had to change certain bits. There's a really good video on YouTube about it and the mods that they had to do to make this engine work. But yeah, because it's quite a long engine, you have to be careful with the shafts bending.
Boy, did that Vulcan make a racket, didn't it? You know?
Oh yeah, the howl.
The howl on the Vulcan was just like ridiculous, wasn't it?
Yeah, what a noise that was.
And EasyJet just entering the active. We've got the Emirates, well, we've got a Jet 2 in the holidays livery being on the taxi out. We've got the Vueling on the taxi out as well. And pins just been removed now from the Colossus Emirates Airbus A380, just removing the tug there. The lads on the ground doing an awesome job as they usually do. And as I mentioned on the last stream, these chaps on the ground will be in full communication with the guys in the flight deck, letting them know when the pin's been removed and
the dodgy old headsets.
Yeah.
Can't hear what they're saying.
Else going on. Not missing much, just an EasyJet. I think we've seen plenty of them today. Yeah, so as I say, the chap on the ground there will be in full communication, full comms with the guys in the flight deck there, with the flight crew, and he'll be explaining to him what he's up to on the ground, explaining when the pin's been removed. Of course, he'll then walk to the front or the side of the aircraft, give him a wave, let him know, show him the tag. There's the chock just being removed there. As I say, these lads on the ground here at Manchester, from the tower to the ground, they do an awesome job, a lot of them, you know. No matter what weather's thrown at them and whatnot, they always seem to perform at the top level. Oh, got the TUI in the old livery here, about to land as well.
Adam Mitchell's saying he's going to be watching this back later with his son when he gets back from school, so that'd be good.
Awesome.
Enjoy that. Fiona said, brilliant show. Excellent.
Hey, thanks Fiona, thank you. Feedback's very important to us here at the channel. Good or bad, we always aim to improve the experience for you guys, the viewing experience. Mm-hmm. So, any comments and stuff, just leave them after the show in the comments section. Muchly appreciated.
And I just said the corny jokes are nice additions. See, there's a fan.
Well, someone's got to, someone's got to like it.
Yeah, Barry's talking about the 7.4, the BA 7.4 that went through the ash cloud and lost all the 4 engines.
Oh
yeah.
That must have been like, imagine the panic in the flight deck.
Well, it was the actual, because I've done a video, I'm waiting for Andy to edit it, about what happens if you lose all your engines, that one's mentioned in it, and the PA the captain did was, it was incredibly Clark. Just to let you know, we've lost all our engines. We're trying our damnedest to get them going again. Fantastic.
Last thing you want to hear though, that flight crew panicking, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah.
Is there times where you've had to bite your tongue on the odd occasion? Where you've had to worry him a few minutes in the deck and you had to...
No, because, the thing is, there was a really good guy at Australia, he was ex-City Flyer, ex-RAF, called Nick Clutton.
Yeah.
And he said, you've got to be caring, competent and confident on your PAs. And, I've said it to the young lads as well, stop saying don't say know what you're going to say.
Yeah.
Get used to it. Don't say, we're flying at this and we're going...
be precise.
No one wants to hear that. Never use the words unfortunately or, hopefully. It's we expect to have you, on the ground at this time, and we are expecting, and you're confident. You don't... And I remember once a CRM thing, they said, what would you say if you had an engine failure? Oh, well, we've lost an engine. No, we are dealing with a technical issue with the engine. It's nothing to worry about. The aircraft's completely under control. Follow the instruction of the cabin crew. I'll get back to you later and I'll come out in person and talk to you when we're on the ground. Stuff like that. We've lost an engine, all the engine's blown up. You try and, because an engine failure is not a big deal, really. I practice it every 6 months in the sim, and it flies perfectly well on one. So, there's very few things where you've got to sit there and, where you're going to sit there and think, we've got a real problem here. A lot of the time, you don't even need to tell anyone about it.
There you go. There's the wave from the ground crew there to the flight deck of the 380. Pins are removed. Should begin its taxi imminently. The King of the Skies. Meanwhile, we have a Jet 2 7.3 with that EasyJet 320 behind. got this 7.3 on the way out now.
Nigel saying we're better than Eric and Ernie. Oh,
Hey.
there's praise indeed there is.
As long as we're better than Bill and Ben, that's the main thing, mate.
Oh, I don't know about that. I remember having to offload a librarian for one of my flights once. It was overbooked. Get me coat.
I'm going to turn that mic off in a minute.
I don't know what they're paying you for listening to this, Matt, but it's not enough.
Mate, I'm going to have to ask for a rise whenever you're on again.
Yeah.
Here we go. Emirates is on the taxi, thankfully. Like I say, we'll keep an eye on the Qatar, but it's not looking great, I don't think. But we'll definitely capture this departure. If there's no movement on the Qatar 350, then I think we're going to call it.
Cool. Hello, Larry. Nice to see you.
Hey, Larry. Hope you're okay, mate.
Amy's asking if we ever had a baby born on the plane. No, I did see a video recently where someone was trying to make one on a plane and they opened the door.
I had in one of my cousin's classes, he had a friend born on a plane and he was called Sean. So you know what name, you know why that came from, don't you? Huh? Airborne Sean.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I think his mum and dad were on a flight down to the Balearics somewhere and... Yeah. He was pretty early. Yeah, and he was born like at 32,000 feet, I think.
God, dear me.
Airborne Sean.
Yeah, you'd have to ask the captain what country you're flying
Absolutely,
over.
yeah.
Get the
Where
passport.
do I need a passport? Just look at that rear profile on the 380 there. Wow. Yeah, the Qatar's not... I don't think it's anywhere near, ladies and gents. So I think we're going to wrap on the 380. Unfortunately, the Qatar is not playing ball, so that's unfortunate. Yep, so I think we'll just capture this 380 departing back to Dubai, and then we'll wrap it. If that's okay with you guys. I'm going to go and rescue my mum and dad because they've had to look after a 8-year-old for the past hour or so. So I'm going to go and rescue them. What's your plans, Mark? Plans for the
I've got a 4-hour drive home.
Are you going home tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, mate.
Cheeky little 4-hour drive, that'd be alright.
Nice to see the family, eh, mate?
Yeah. I'm just looking at this Qatar. Yeah, it's no update or anything at the moment. Oh, Edward Lightning, member for 4 months.
Hey, welcome in, Edward. Thanks a lot for your support, mate. Thank you.
He's asking, what do you recommend speed for taxiing? What you do is you're not allowed to go around a corner more than 10 knots. If you're going in a straight line, you can go up to 30, and then you apply the brakes and slow down to 10. Because the carbon brakes, they don't wear on how hard they're pressed. It's the amount of applications.
Okay.
So every time you touch it, it wears. No matter whether it's on a landing or a taxi, it's a funny system. But yeah, so you no more than 30 knots, no more than 10 knots around a corner. And there was a safety report that a friend of mine had to look at a while ago, where they were taxiing down the opposite runway. And they went so fast that when they closed the thrust levers, they were going more than 72 knots. The automatic brakes kicked in. So the plane thought it was doing a rejected takeoff.
Oh, wow.
So that, you know, when the rejected takeoff brakes kick in, you really know about
it. Yeah. It's not like it's not subtle. Wow. Well, it's been fascinating listening to you today, Mark. Absolutely fascinating, mate. I'm sure everyone else has been enthralled by what you've had to say and all your information. And so, thank you for joining me today, Mark. Been very much
for having me,
appreciated,
Matt. It's nice to see you, mate. Amy Staff Nurse has got a cracker here about the Qatar.
Okay.
She's changed it to Qatardi.
Right.
Because it's late. Tardy. Brilliant.
Amy. I'm not even discussing.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm not going on the M62. I'm going to go up to Carlisle and across.
Oh, yeah.
That one's saying,
Yeah,
he's saying
that's
the
a
joys of the
good idea,
M62.
that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Barry's saying if you're born in international airspace, you would be stateless, or you acquire the nationality of the airline that you're born in. I've got a Scooby. I don't know with that one. Malk is now saying, does that mean the 380's emulates? I've started something here.
Never near the end of this, have we, Mark? It's your fault.
Sorry.
So what are you doing? Straight Carlisle, jump across, bang, done.
Yeah.
Anything beats that A1, doesn't it? Really?
God, isn't it just? It's a nightmare, isn't it? That M62 as well, over there.
Especially on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
Good grief.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to be much fun. Yeah, I've still got nothing on the Qatar at the moment.
Okay, mate, no problem. Well, we have got the Egyptian on the way out, so...
Hmm.
Be nice to catch that, wouldn't it?
It's not a bad looking thing, is it?
One more plane. There we go. It's the beautiful, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, the beautiful Egyptian Air A320 Neo, 1 Neo. Yep, that's perfect on the airframe for me. Nicely set out, font's perfect. But as you can see in the back of the shot there, the Emirates Airbus A380 is entering the active runway here at Manchester. Single runway up, still 4 o'clock this afternoon. Back on winter schedule here at Manchester. It looks like the Emirates is rolling.
Qatar's updated. It should be off blocks. It's pushed.
Hey, excellent.
There you go.
Brilliant. So yeah, we'll make that the last departure then. Make the Qatar the last one. This was going to be the last, but the Qatar will keep us waiting another 5-10 minutes. We'll capture that and then we'll wrap it. Thank you very much, ladies and gents. Here we go, Emirates Airbus A380. Pretty early climb that from the 380. Didn't use a great deal of the runway here. Over the top of the Concorde, and here it goes. Yeah, he didn't use a great deal of runway there. The 380 was up pretty early.
Mr. Pingu has gifted one Airliners Live membership.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Pingu. Thank you for your support, mate.
Ayush has got it, and he's a fan of my jokes. Well-worthy recipient there.
There you go.
There you go.
Good things always come to those who wait, you see. Yeah, so we've got a decent trio of aircraft to finish on then. We've got the, obviously got the, we've got the Turkish there, and the Egypt there, and we're going to wait for the Qatar. That's definitely the last plane.
Apparently, the baby would acquire the nationality of the country where the aircraft is registered in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness by D. Sally. Thank you very much for that.
Got there in the end. End of the stream, jacket's going on. What's going on?
I was just sitting here thinking I'm getting a bit cold, and then I realised I've got my jumper sitting on the back of the chair. Honestly. It's a worry, isn't it?
I thought I was going to get through the whole stream then without putting my coat on it.
Thank you very much, bus driver. Much appreciated.
Hey,
yeah. Andy, same again next week. I don't think Matt could cope, mate. I don't think he could.
Easy lad.
Yeah. Daniel's asking, is it the whole horizontal stabiliser that moves on takeoff? Is it just a flap? No, it's the elevator, which is at the back of the horizontal stabiliser. The whole horizontal stabiliser moves when you trim. So that will actually move. When you land, it resets to 0, but as you trim, as the aircraft's trimming or you're trimming, it will move, and then you don't have to move the elevator, and it reduces drag.
Yeah, so don't forget, ladies and gents, no Henry tomorrow. Henry's back on holiday. Normally he'd be on around 8 o'clock tomorrow UK, but he's away at the minute. Following that, we have our Super Sunday show on Sunday from around 9:15, 9 o'clock in the morning. Normally around that time scheduled. And then we're back in the flight sim with Fezzer on Monday as well from 6 UK. Make sure you can get involved in all those shows, and then we're back to normal midweek madness show on Wednesday. Normally starting around 11 o'clock. New start time for that. And we have been starting the midweek shows and a little bit earlier in conjunction with the second runway being closed at 11. So then obviously we get all the majority of the traffic on this runway closest to us, 23 right. The most common used runway here at Manchester.
Miles is asking, do I shout V1 rotate when driving on the motorway? I can't repeat what I shout on the motorway because this is a family show, but it's normally at people who are sitting in the middle lane doing 30 mile an hour. Ian's saying, I've got 10 hours of grief and Lanzarote. Any others? Yeah, I have. I can't think of them off the top of my head. There's lots of funny little names for different airports. Some people call this Mudchester for some reason. I don't know why.
380.
Southend on Mud. That was another one. Yeah, I'd have to have a think. Lots of silly names.
There you go. Turkish A320 on Neo is on the takeoff roll. It's the Istanbul flight.
That's a 10 out of 10 zoom in you got on that 380 just now.
All right, yeah.
It was going past. That was superb.
Getting there with practice, Mark.
He didn't use a lot of runway, and that EasyJet early that was going to Istanbul, he used a lot of runway.
A slight bit of breeze. I'll tell you what I found though, the Jet 273s, they do get the money's worth. Yeah. Now, whether those flights are obviously fully loaded, packed up to the rafters and whatnot, I don't know.
They derate the engines a lot.
Ah, right.
Because they buy their own engines, they're not leased.
They're not, yes. Yeah, so most they're not airlines put them through their paces.
Yeah, most airlines lease their engines and pay by the hour. Yeah. So no, they give them a bit more ragging. But yeah, I gather Meeson's was very hot on. Yeah. Get as much life out of them as possible.
I mean, they do use is commonly the 73s that use a hell of a lot of the runway. Yeah, the money's worth them.
Yeah. Or about, I can't remember what a CFM is. I think a Neo engine's about $14.5 million each.
Wow.
Might be wrong, I can't remember. So I did hear some funny numbers banding about. I mean, a tin of oil.
Not something you want to break, is it, Mark?
No. The price is ridiculous, like $3.5 for a tyre. $20, £20 for a pot of oil.
Mate, my car's costing me £100 to fix by the end of this week. That's all I'm asked about. That's enough for me.
Yeah. My darling Treasure's car's in for service MOT on Monday, so I'm not looking forward to the bill for that one.
Okay.
Ken's asking, do I ever get attached to a particular aircraft? Well, yeah, I love the 75, but yeah.
Binsbrook.
Binsbrook, yeah.
Binsbrook.
We used to call Chambry the Valley of Death. You flew down this valley and, you're looking up at houses on either side. You're like, Well, you've got another fan there, Matt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, young Nightbot.
All right.
Our Matt is one of a kind. Please be gentle with him.
Yeah. Always be gentle with Matt. Here we go. The beautifully stunning Egypt Air is about to depart.
Qatar's on its way out now.
Excellent. That's going to be our last departure of this live show, ladies and gents. So stick around for that and then we'll call it a day. Yeah, so we're going to wrap after the Qatar 350, ladies and gents. So I've got to get this, get the tower sorted for the guys from TAS coming in on tomorrow. Oh, here we go. This is the aircraft we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, it looks nice, that, doesn't it?
Looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Much prefer that to the 7.8.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And the triple. That is stunning. I think we've got what looks like a Pilatus about to touch down as well.
It's net jets, isn't it? It's 560 coming in.
Ah, right, okay.
No, I haven't, Ian. Never had a go in a glider yet. Done plenty of glide approaches in a light aircraft, though.
Go from the...
I used to put my students next to Bovingdon Disused Airfield. There's a VOR there that Heathrow put their stacks around. And I'd put it so I had the airfield on my side, and on the left there's a nice big field, and I'd give them a simulated engine failure. Say, right, off you go.
Off you go, start that.
And nearly every time they'd go for the field, and then I'd put them back in the same spot. And I said, right, yeah, nice field there, you know, nice and big, blah, blah, blah. Look what's out my window. Oh, look, there's a 1,500 metre runway you could have landed on. You know, do have a look around.
Yeah, that 350 is stunning.
Daniel's asking, are there certain aircraft in the fleet that you prefer to fly more than the others, ones that have certain niggles?
Yeah. Is there a reg?
No, not really. I like
I think they're all pretty universal, aren't they, Mike? All the setup and...
Yeah. I like the 319s. They handle all right. The Neos are all right. The older CEOs and the ones with the sharp ones don't handle very well, so I don't really like them. But they swap them around quite a lot as well. You know, they come... We tend to get some knackers in here sometimes because it's a maintenance base.
Yeah.
And then they get fixed, or they'll, you know, if there's something a bit more substantial, it will go off to Gatwick or Luton to go in a hangar. But yeah, they just swap them around quite a lot. So, you know, I can't remember how many. They've got 350 in the fleet or whatever. So you know, they're swapped around quite regularly.
Let's capture this BizJet vacating here in front of us at the Runway Visitor Park.
Yeah, Ian's saying I should have a go at gliding. Yeah, there is a glider field not far from my house, but I did have a look, but I couldn't believe how expensive it was.
Is it really?
Yeah, well, it is near where I am.
Right.
It was really quite expensive. I think it was like 80 quid for half an hour. I was like, hang on a minute, you know.
Wow.
It's not like you're burning 8 gallons of fuel.
Especially when you consider you could have a decent, like, go in the sim as well for that price.
Yeah.
You know. Getting a full motion sim for that.
Maybe it's just them being pricey, I don't know.
Yeah, could be. Not exactly burning fuel, are you?
No. I suppose you are if the tow plane takes you up. If they use the cables, you're not. So.
No.
Barry's asking, would I like to have a go at landing in Kai Tak? I did it in my mate's sim. I taught him to fly years ago as a smashing fella, and with his work he couldn't find the time to do it. So we built a 777 sim in his garage.
Wow.
And this thing is absolutely first class. We did Kai Tak in there, and that was good fun. I'm not sure I would like to have had a go in a monsoon in real life. I do remember hearing a story of I think it was a FedEx MD-11 went in, and they've got like sort of scimitar style winglets, and apparently ground the bottom of the winglet off on the checkerboard hill.
Really?
Yeah, he misjudged it really bad. I don't know if that's true, but someone was telling me about it.
So having a quick runway inspection check here before the Qatar leaves.
That can't be a bad job, can it? Ragging up and down in a
There's worse jobs, isn't there, mate? Yeah. Bird scarer's got to be the worst, though. It's got to be, because I've stood here many a time, and they just take the mick out of you know.
Yeah.
Let all the flares off. We're not bothered. We'll just come back.
Yeah.
We know you're taking the mick. We're not stupid.
Yeah.
It must be very frustrating for him, but.
There's a lad who used to fly with his son was doing this the ground stuff at I think it was Edinburgh or Glasgow or something, and they got him his shotgun licence.
Ah.
And they don't tend to come back when you fire that off.
You enjoy a bit of that, don't you, Mark? Bit of clay pigeon?
Yeah.
Still do it when you get a chance?
Can't afford it now.
Ah.
Prices have more than doubled.
Right.
You know, it's just ridiculous. But yeah, I took me 13-year-old shooting the other day. It was good fun actually. Bless her. She wasn't holding the gun tight enough, and the gun went off. The wife's videoing it, and she sort of handed me the gun and scuttled off behind her mum for a cry. But once she started hitting them, her confidence went through the roof.
Yeah, once you hit that first clay, you like it. It's good, innit, you know.
I recommend it for anyone with daughters. Teach your daughters to shoot, because a restraining order is only a piece of paper.
Absolutely. Glad I never had girls, mate. If I had girls, I'd had a shotgun licence 22 years ago.
Yeah. That's it, mate. Got a shotgun licence, I've got me rifles, I've got me pistols. When the eldest came round with her current boyfriend, we had what I refer to as the chat.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Told him his future. I've got a mate in the hills with pigs, I'll never find you, buddy.
Don't argue with the Smith & Wesson, mate.
Yeah.
But and Solly in the garage.
I've got a sign on my gun cabinet, guns don't kill people, daddies with pretty daughters do. Alan Stew's asking, if one jet fighter you could fly, which would it be?
Go on, Tornado, mate.
Hunter.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I love the Hunter noise.
Yeah,
again, this Rhodesian guy, he flew that. He flew F-18s, F-16s, you know, Phantoms, and the Hunter was his favourite.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the final departure of this live show with our special guest, Mr. Captain Mark Langston. This is going to be the Qatar 350 departing, our last movement of this Super FriYAY show. I'd like to thank you all for joining me. But we'll just capture this departing and then we'll finish off with the formalities. This is going to be awesome. Enjoy this, ladies and gents. .350 never let you down, you know.
Take fresh air, innit?
Breath of fresh air, that departing.
So they keep bringing them in.
Stunning.
Daniel was asking, would I like to throw a fly 350? If I could do Belfast and back every day, innit? Yeah.
That'd be perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah. 15-hour flights. No.
A couple of flights to Mallorca in a 350.
That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yep. That's going to wrap us up, though, for now, ladies and gentlemen. Just extend my thank you to you all for your support today. It's been absolutely awesome, as usual. I'm really appreciative that you're all enjoying these Friday shows. It means a lot to me and the channel itself, so thank you very much for getting involved. Don't forget, if you haven't yet, just click that like for us. That'd be awesome as well. Get the algorithm going. Don't forget, next show, no Henry tomorrow. Next live show is going to be Sunday with myself, Martin, Andy, with a Super Sunday show live here from Manchester Airport, and then we're back in the sim on Monday with John from 6. Hope you can all join us for that. Mark, any final last words from yourself, mate?
No, thanks for tuning in, everyone. Thanks for all your comments, and yeah, keep supporting Matt. He's doing a great job, and I love his shows on a Friday.
Thank you very much, Matt, and thanks again for your help today, mate. It's been really much appreciated, and as I said before, I think everyone's loving having you on these shows and stuff. Very informative. Everyone's learning a lot, and yeah, thank you. Thanks very much, Mark. Really is appreciated, mate. Thanks a lot. Safe journey back up yonder.
Cheers, amigo.
And we'll see you all, hopefully, on the next show on Sunday from around 9 o'clock. Thank you very much, ladies and gents. Enjoy the rest of your Friday, whatever you're up to. Hope the weather's good wherever you are. Take care. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
See ya.